Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. Yes, indeed, the final season and closing in on the final portion of this epic campaign. It has been a great experience for me. I hope it has been a great experience for all of the viewers. And, of course, for the players. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream. Welcome to Day 83 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, Scales of War. This is Part 18 of the campaign. This is the second to last part of the campaign. Part 19 will conclude the campaign, and this one is going to be pretty epic, folks. If you like your D&D with a big old helping of mass combat. And if you're like, you know what I need is I need me some Two Towers Helm's Deep battles. I need me some, like massive 5,000 person versus 5,000 person skirmishes and things like that. If that's what you're looking for in your D&D, well, you have come to the right place, because that is what we've got for you today as we move towards the final stages of this epic campaign. I'm very excited for it. I'm excited to get it started tonight. Before I do so, a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you in advance for following me over there, for subscribing over there. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps us out. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with us with the Arvanauts in between streams. That is always hopping. Blue Sky is !ArvSky. You can hang out with us and do a little bit of that thing we like to call microblogging. Follower numbers are going up well there too, so please join us there. And of course, the website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop. That is the merchandise area. !Arvtreon is the Patreon. Trying to get that up to triple digits. Ah, God, I just remembered. The thing I'm having trouble with is there are these, we're supposed to be doing these, what do you call them? These promotions. And I keep forgetting to do them. I have 4 or 5 of them left, and I keep forgetting to do them. This is me going. I don't know whether I'm allowed to do that. I ought to be able to. Let me see. I need to find out if I can do this because I feel like it would be really useful if I could do that. Anyway, I will try to figure that out while we're dealing with this, because I do have some promotional stuff that's available still, and I would want to make sure that I don't lose out on that opportunity. Okay, I will think about that as I am doing this. Community, maybe? Analytics, maybe? Is it viewer rewards, maybe? Is it... okay, I'll figure it out. Anyway, but I am very excited to be able... let's see, your community can do this. That's January 23rd. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm just looking at this, realizing I should have set this up beforehand. Anyway, I will do that in just a second. But let's see. I talked about the financial stuff with that. And again, subbing to the channel gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. Thank you to Hillness, who did that. I am very grateful to Hillness, who did this already. So please do that as well. And if you have not already done so, please consider supporting us in the publishing front as well. Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is currently out of print from the publisher. You may be able to get a few copies from Amazon, but otherwise it is out of print. And so please check it out if you are interested. Please check it out in the PDF form. Check it out at your local game store, and get ready, because hopefully we will have a second printing of this coming soon. Very excited that this sold out. And finally, Greyshade. That's our Greyshade IP. Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy, available at that link. You can also get the audiobook of both Greyshade and Renegade, which is now available to you from our very own Trent Sparks. And then, of course, the Greyshade TTRPG is Greyshade tabletop role-playing game coming from Alligator Alley. That is going to be coming out very soon as well. And designed by our very own Rising Tides is going to be happening also. So now is the time to join us for something like this, which is very cool. So I am super excited about that. Let's see. I think I may have found what I needed. Yay, of course, nested in 65 other things. Let's see. So we've got, let's see. I can only change it while I'm not live. What? Okay. Let's see. How do I can only change this setting when I'm not live. Well, okay. So I know what I'm going to do. Because I really do want to get this running, and I wanted to start it tonight. So what we will do is I'll finish this up. I will stop the stream just long enough to start it, so nobody leave, nobody go anywhere. I'm going to keep recording on my end, so nothing is going to get lost. And then I will introduce all of the lovely people to you, and we will go from there. So, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message will do so for others in that situation in the future. Okay, now, Eberron going on tonight, Tuesday, we have the conclusion of Beowulf Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes, and then more Breath of Fire 4 over on GOG.com with episode 501 of Pen and Pixels. With all of that said, nobody leave. I'm going to stop streaming for just a second, just long enough to be able to start this promotion on my stream, but I'm going to keep recording. So nobody leave. I'll be right back in like 30 seconds or less. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back live and rolling. So sorry about that. Apparently, I already have a promotion running. So my apologies. I don't know why. Jeez. It's so bad. I guess there's a promotion, so I will explain in just a minute to the players who are probably like, what is going on? But I couldn't explain it either way. Okay, I will unmute myself, and then the folks will know what was going on over there. I'll explain in just a second. And apologize for anyone that I accidentally interrupted. Then I will unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I will head over to reveal the crew. Let me just explain quickly. What I was trying to do was I have about 47 hours of promotional time left before the end of the year that I can run a promotion for that gives like discounts to people who are subscribing. But I can't do anything with it when I'm actually live. And I forgot, and I keep forgetting, and I'm going to run out of that time, which is bad. So all I did was I kept recording, and then I just stopped the stream and then restarted it, except that when I stopped it, it said that there's already another promotion because I guess Twitch already overrode it with some other promotion they're doing. Oh. So sorry, this could have been an email is what I'm saying, and I'm sorry that all worked out. My bad, I apologize. I couldn't really explain it. I'm like, I'll just do it quickly. Anyway, we are here with the crew. They are ready to go, and I am going to begin with the gentleman on the bottom left.
Except we're not live. We're not live on.
Yeah, we are. You should
refresh.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We are indeed. Apologies. I thought never mind. Mistakes were made.
Okay, I am wrong. I am back into watching yet another ad.
What the hell was that?
Good. Okay. So, yes, there is a discount for everybody who's curious in chat, which is a bonus discount. You can get 35% off 5 sub gift packs. So if you're feeling like it's the holiday season, the time has come, would love to see all of that. Okay. With that said, the gentleman on the bottom left of the ziggurat, whose voice I've been hearing a lot lately because I've been listening to it as I've been listening through Heretic, which is the final book in my Grey Assassin trilogy. Tren has done a wonderful job with this. Should be up for all audio awards. I expect to see Tren virtually because they would do it in audio, so you wouldn't actually see them on screen. It will just be the voices being like, thank you so much for this award. You can't see me lifting or something like that. But anyway, Tren has done a wonderful job. But otherwise, Tren, how is everything with you and your neck of the woods? And whom are you playing this evening?
It's dark here. A little bit dark here.
Dark?
A little bit dark here.
Yeah.
You're in California. You have no woods.
I was going to say there was no darkness. It's all.
I didn't say it's wooded. I said it's dark.
Okay.
But he said his neck of the woods. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what it's like in his neck of the woods. Right. I've never been there. I've been near it. I've driven through. I'm pretty sure that's how it's pronounced.
Yes.
Spot on.
Yeah. How are things? It's raining here a little bit. I mean, nobody else could possibly relate in this group to any level of rain whatsoever.
Not at all.
Let's see. I have tea.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm playing
I was just,
the Enchanted Tagashot to Kenneth of the House of Kenneth. Very disenchanted. Ironic for what he does. With his house. With the leader of his house. Many of the leaders of his house.
We're on that soon.
Yeah. He's very happy that we killed the green dragon Vagisil. And yeah, I will be rolling my hit points this evening.
Outstanding. Yes, I'm going to circle back around for everyone level 18. So be ready to roll. I'm excited to hear it.
I am ready to roll.
And or be ready to roll when I return to you, I guess is what I mean. But
Oh.
don't lose your readiness, you know.
That was another thing. Is that, I mean, I'm wearing my ski gloves because my fingers are cold.
That answers that question.
Right.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Why are your hands blue? My fingers are all black and blue. Well, yes, it's because that's what color my gloves are. But for those of you who have not been watching The Mighty Nine, the Critical Role animation, The Mighty Nine on Amazon Prime. Oh boy.
I just started it. I'm only on like episode 2 or 3.
Oh man.
Am I gonna? Is that you're gonna like it?
Terrible, and don't watch it is what you're saying.
It's a terrible garbage.
Yeah, obviously.
Jen, you are gonna love it. Arv,
no. Okay. I have a sense of what we're talking about then.
Wait, now I'm confused.
You're welcome. Good. All right. It's Marie's turn then.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Just knowing how Arv dislikes.
I imagine the gore alone.
I was going to say hardcore gore and profanity probably is the big thing.
I don't like hardcore gore, but I really like.
Isn't that bad?
Or hardcore, if you will.
I like the. I like the relationship between the goblin and the really sad mage who lost his magic.
Right. Yeah.
Widowgast.
Not on Caleb are perfect.
Yeah. Caleb Widowgast.
Yeah.
Voiced by Liam O'Brien. Yep.
Oh wait, that's the wrong.
And Not is the goblin, right? And that's Sam.
Not the Brave. No comment.
Not the Brave. I love.
Not the Brave,
I actually really love Not the Brave. Now I did look up the whole thing with the familiar because, you know me, I'm eating.
No spoilers. No spoilers for those who haven't seen it yet.
Well, I have heard something. I've also heard that it's a little bit more coherent than the first campaign, maybe because it itself was more coherent in the actual play than the first campaign. But I don't know.
With the first campaign, they had already been playing for 7 levels before they ever started streaming on Geek and Sundry.
Yeah.
So we've got the entire story encapsulated. We can see where it starts. There have been some changes from what happened at the table, but it's still extraordinary. It's very, very good.
Very cool.
Okay.
Very cool. It is always a pleasure to have turn to this. I will be back to hear about Tanton's new cool things at level 18. My God, I mentioned it to my wife today. She's like, "What are you streaming tonight?" I'm like, "Oh, we're going to be doing Infinity Beyond, like Eberron. They're all level 18." She's like, "They're level 18?" And I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Wait till you see what they're fighting, though." And she's like, "Oh my God." So epicness. Anyway, always a pleasure to have Trent with us. Also a pleasure to have Marie Bilodeau with us. Marie, it is good to see you. I hope all's well. How is everything in balmy, sunny, bright, warm Canada? And who are you playing today?
Well, we did have, for all the jokes here, we did have rain 2 days ago. It snowed again, but we did
cover
have
the rain.
2 days
Like,
ago.
yeah, of course.
Yeah. Just to create that comfortable layer of ice.
It's kind of an embarrassed snow, right? Like, it was sort of, I'm really sorry you had to see that. Like, it should always be snow.
I gotta go. Go. But yeah, no, it's good. We had, so we always celebrate Christmas early with Carrie's family. So we celebrated it on Saturday. And it was a lot of fun. It was a bit weird because her aunt passed away and there's a small family, right? We were like 6, now we're 5. It's like small, but it was a good time. But all that to say that Carrie outdid herself this year with like all of the goodness.
Here we go. Buckle up.
So already gone is the apple pie, which is like, just delicious. I mean, and then we also did, the tourtière is my family's recipe, but with her crust. And then she made lemon tarts, mincemeat tarts, and cherry tarts, which was a surprise because I thought we were out of cherries and it's my favorite. And then she also made chocolate chip oatmeal cookies and ginger snaps and shortbread cookies. And anyways, there's other stuff, but anyways, it's been good, is what I'm saying. We are very good in this household. We are like living like Christmas and the holidays as they were meant to be, which is sugared up beyond comprehension.
Yeah, living the dream, which is just constant sugar based.
Yeah,
is what
it's
we're talking
good.
about.
It's good. I think she's done now. She had a baking day today. She informs me that she's done. But I don't believe her. And I'm excited by it. Oh, there were also buns, cinnamon buns one morning. I just woke up and cinnamon buns. Anyways, oh, and she made
Life
like
is so hard. So
I
hard.
know she made mincemeat buns too, but she made them so that like one little like it was like a couronne, like a crown of buns, like so bun. Can you all visualize this? And then like one bun was cinnamon and the other one was mincemeat. So
Oh,
like I don't
Oh.
even know, like my mind blew up. I was waiting for her to open the other one so that I could have one of each. And then she's like, no, here, they're both. And I'm like, why do you say that? Like, it's obvious. It's not. This is magic. Anyways, so there you go. She does magic, which I suspected. But here we go. So I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am very excited to continue on playing as we survive the Ancient Green Dragon. Mérimée is a College of Sword bard, a Kalishtar. She is psychic, she is fun, she likes to sing, she likes to stab people, and she likes to hang out with her sister, played by Jennifer, and all of her friends as well. And yeah, and I'm sure that, level 18 will go completely good.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I'm excited to hear what Mérimée's cool new stuff is at level 18. I want to say hi to Light and Passion. First of all, hi to everyone who came in. I want to say hi to Light and Passion because after we introduce everyone, we're not going to take it long because I want to get rolling, but I do want to show, with Light and Passion's permission, something that inspired Light and Passion to produce another work of creative genius. We have already been the beneficiary of this with the dice that Light and Passion made, which still continues to be the coolest thing ever that I've ever received for anything related to D&D. So I'm hoping, Light and Passion, you'll allow us to show these pictures of something that was also inspired by this campaign, but we will wait for that. But anyway, hi, Light and Passion. Good to see you. Always a pleasure, Marie. I can't wait to see what Mérimée gets up to, which brings us down to our good friend Brandon O'Brien, who is down there in the center in the frozen wasteland of Trinidad. No, I'm just kidding. I assume it's extraordinarily comfortable and warm and all that sort of stuff. So how great is the weather there, and who are you playing today?
I am so terribly grateful for the warmth. It has been so much fun. It is also when I was briefly in Connecticut, I joked to Greg about how early it gets dark as it approaches winter on the East Coast, because it is like pitch black around like 4 to 4:30, and I'm like, why is this happening so early? And then Greg was like, well, it's winter. How early does it get dark in Trinidad? I was like, we move from it getting dark from at 6:30 to it getting dark at 6. And like that's it's I like being in Trinidad. Trinidad treats me very well. So yes, I am very glad to be back. It was very fun again to be in Connecticut very briefly for a couple of weeks.
Brandon got to see us get our Christmas
November.
tree. Brandon was there. We got our Christmas tree.
I got to experience American Thanksgiving, which is weird and excessive. I got to see an entire neighborhood delight in seeing a tree lit up, which is a thing I don't think any individual community of people anywhere in Trinidad cares about that deeply. So that was fun. I enjoyed that a great deal. And I look forward to being in the area again in May or June when the sun is out on a regular basis.
That's true, although just as a quick note, it has been announced on the Kickstarter now that Brandon, the designer of Greyshade, my TTRPG, will be, if all goes well, but it was announced, so I can say this, at PAX East, which is in Boston in March, to demo the, by then knocking on all kinds of wood, having been released, Greyshade TTRPG. So Brandon will be there, assuming everything comes together. But I'm able to announce it because it was announced on the Kickstarter. So Brandon might be out in the northeast of the U.S. in March, a little earlier, maybe.
Yes,
we'll see, possibly
when the ice is now melting and turning into cold water instead. Fun,
precisely.
Cool. In terms of media thoughts, Although I'm also enjoying the Mighty Nine and it is going very well, and I also very much strongly believe that the relationship between Nat and Caleb is like the highlight of that show. And I'm pretty sure, Jen, you haven't gone to this episode, but there is a monologue that Nat gives at a very crucial point in Caleb's personal story that I think is one of the greatest things that I've
I
ever
think
seen happen in a game.
I think I've probably
Um,
spoiled myself with is it the parent discussion?
yes, 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 yes,
I have
yes.
already spoiled myself. I don't mind spoilers. It's fine.
It is so good in part because that dialogue happened verbatim in the game. And I'm like, this is so juicy. And it makes me want to learn so much more about Nut as a result. And when we get to that point, which will probably be in season 2, that's going to be so much delightful as well. But the thing that I do want to talk about is earlier this week, I finally saw Wake Up Dead Man.
I'm
And
saving it. I'm so excited.
Me
Oh,
too.
I am
right.
not
Saving.
I am not going to spoil it. It is grand, but I am
Oh.
going to say it is while I still think that Knives Out is the most technically astute version of all of the Benoit Blanc movies, Wake Up Dead Man is the movie that I will first share with anyone who's never seen a Benoit Blanc movie.
Okay.
And I have never seen faith be portrayed so deeply and movingly in a movie ever in my life, to the point where I finished watching the movie, rewatched one of the scenes in the movie, and then cried.
Oh,
And that's a big deal.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
did
It's
read
it's
your Blue
amazing.
Sky
Yes.
your Blue Sky thing about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have Netflix again. I guess I should watch this.
It is absolutely brilliant. And if anyone else has not seen it yet, I definitely recommend that you do that.
I can't wait.
But yes. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, a wild magic sorcerer whose wild magic is gun. And who is actually doing remarkably well from the last fight, is still kind of amazed by the fact that he didn't die once. So that's going to be fun. And now that we're level 18, I get to do a couple of cool things very minutely, but one very badass thing very intensely. And we will talk about that when we get to that point.
Cannot wait to see it. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. And I can't wait to talk more about that. Moving on up the ziggurat to, of course, Jennifer Brozek. And yes, we talked very briefly in the green room about the fact that I did think, of course, about friends and family and so forth in the Pacific Northwest and specifically in the state of Washington. So I do want to ask, Jen, publicly, how are you doing? How is everything on your end in terms of like the incredible amount of rain, water, levees breaking, and all that kind of stuff? Like, how's everything with you? And then who are you playing?
Okay, so me personally, my house is safe. I live on the top of a hill next to a FEMA station, a fire station, and one of the emergency reservist base. So I'm fine.
Okay.
Spike, my 9-foot tall dinosaur. Long live Spike. Spike is dead.
Oh, Spike.
He has died ignoble death. Like he started with breaking arms. The storms have taken him out. We've had not one but 2 levees break. A White River break and a Green River break. And actually today we had another possible Green River levee break in the Kent area. It has
Wow.
been really bad
Yeah.
for us. Like in the passes, we actually had a blizzard, like 112 miles an hour wind. So it has been difficult for a lot of us in the Pacific Northwest. I'm fine. In the grand scheme of things, as much as I'm going to miss Spike, it's a lawn ornament. But there are a lot of people who have lost literally everything.
Yeah.
So, give some good thoughts to the people of the Pacific Northwest. Sumas is underwater, concrete underwater, parts down by. There are places where I can't drive because I know that I cannot go to Leavenworth. 50 miles of Highway 2 washed out, landslides, or the road has washed away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's kind of rough. And Um, the worst part about it is up until today, none of the rain was helping the snowpack. It was basically washing the snow away. We've actually finally started getting snow in the snowpack so that maybe we won't be in drought conditions in the spring.
Yep,
So
which is extremely important in that area because
yeah,
folks know that my wife is from the Pacific Northwest, so I'm from Seattle. So I have been out there. I was just out there this a couple of months ago. So yeah,
it's pretty rough
yeah,
out here right now.
yeah.
A lot of people who never expected to have to deal with flooding are having to deal with it.
Yeah.
Um, I myself I'm doing fine. I just turned 55, so
That's
yay.
right. Happy birthday. That's
Happy
right.
birthday.
Thank you. Spike is dead, but there might be something new on the horizon. Because once
the return of Spike. Like
when I put out the word that my poor Spike is on his last legs, my friends went into action. So we will see. The other thing I got, and I want to show you, is I now have
wow,
Dragon Prophecy dice.
Ooh,
crap, that's badass.
that's
like
Where did
really
you get
cool.
that?
I got it from a Kickstarter.
Wow.
You can still buy them. I think
Good
they were originally
gravy.
called Dragonstone, but somebody then did a trademark. I think it's called
Jeez.
Dragon Prophecy at this point. I've got a holder, but I wanted to show you this beautiful thing. So now when I have to roll dice,
Yeah, do want
Mhm.
that is very cool.
So
also,
this is what you'll be rolling tonight?
well, if I have to roll dice, I'll probably just still do the normal thing so
Fair.
that
Yeah.
we can see.
that is pretty cool. That
Well, that's
reminds me
really
a
cool.
lot of the watch. Now the other thing was actually a pocket watch, but many of you will know in this chat if you're of a certain age the show Voyagers, not Star Trek Voyager, Voyagers,
The Omni.
the time traveling thing, the Omni, which I have to tell you, when I was a kid, the music theme, the was the most kick-ass, like, oh my god, this is so cool. Anyway, that reminds me a little bit of that, even though, as I say, that's more like a pocket watch than what you're showing us, but still very cool, very cool.
And it does have a chain and everything. So those of you who don't know me, I'm playing Nisiana Di Tarasco, Halfling Healer from the House of Healing. I have gained another 5th level spell. I have 3 channel divinities, and I have now created myself a cheat sheet for healing because I don't have to roll for healing anymore. I just get max dice plus my life domain additions. So, like, every time I heal somebody, I get healed. I've been doing it wrong for certain things because I finally made myself a cheat sheet. I'm like, oh, I get 9 hit points for that instead of 5. So, and I will be rolling dice as per usual because I am one of those people, because of my life domain. I tend to heal myself as I heal other people, and I do focus on other people. Other than that, I'm going to actually take a vacation this year. It's been literally years, like a staycation. Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not signing any books. I'm not going to any conventions. I am taking like 10 days off where I'm muting all my work emails and muting all my work discords. I'm going to watch stupid movies, The Mighty Nine, do puzzles, play with my cats, go play Pokemon Go. I'm going to take a full-on vacation.
Outstanding.
But I gotta admit, I am one crispy critter. And I was up at 4:30 this morning because menopause, lovely thing. And I also played another game where we were doing a fight club, but we got to transform into ancient dragons to fight club.
Nice.
It was kind of fun, but it was kind of a slog. So I negotiated with the GM and I said, why don't we montage it? And I will roll 3 different D20s and we'll just D20 it off. I did happen to win the first 2 and then tied the third. So I was a ancient green dragon who was basically a luchador.
Really? An ancient green. Did we ever see Nisian in the same room? No, we did actually. Just making sure.
No.
Just making sure.
No, I play a stereotypical elf rogue. Like, as stereotypical as I literally could possibly get because it was funny. But so there I am. So I'm a little bit
Well, I am happy that we can be the first sort of trial run, a little bit on a preview, if you will, of what vacation time might be for you. So I'm excited for that, and I can't wait to hear more about the amazingness of level 18. But we'll talk about that in just a minute. Always good to have Jen with us, and always good, of course, to. Oh yes.
One other thing.
Yes.
Valdemar, it's anthology number 19, Smoke and Mirrors is out. I'm actually a voice talent on my own story.
Aw.
Oh, that's cool. No True Way. That's for No True Way.
No True Way. Oh, is it No True Way? What?
Smoke and Mirrors is the brand new one. I haven't got to that yet. No True Way just dropped a few days ago in audio. And yes,
I have had an audio. I actually did my own one. It was rough, but I have learned a few things.
Very cool. Awesome, and always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And also, of course, always a pleasure to have John with us too. John, good to see you. How is everything in your neck of the woods and all that kind of good stuff? And who are you playing this evening?
Just want everyone to appreciate that I could be watching the Packers-Bears game that started 4 minutes ago, but I'm here, so sacrifices had to be made.
NFC North.
Stop Bears.
Yep.
Also, Marie actually has narrated a story in that volume too, which I'm very proud of. It's I'm the one who produced it. It's my first audio book that I actually made as an audio publisher, so I'm very proud of it. So very exciting, and we're going to do hopefully all of them in time. The earlier editions, there's a little bit of things that need to be ironed out, but 9 through 18 or 19 are good to go. So yeah, very excited about it.
Very cool.
So people should go check that out. It's really awesome. All the narrators did a fantastic job. So, but I believe Jen said that was one and out. I think that was it. But she did a fine job. So I love having authors narrate when they can. It just depends on a lot of things. Yes, my name is John Helfers. I am the executive editor at Catalyst Game Labs, which handles BattleTech and Leviathans and Shadowrun. I work with everyone here in some capacity or another. Yeah, it's I'm playing Alarion, our Starforged Aegis, who's just hit level 18. And Arv and I had a little discussion about what that power should be for level 18, because the homebrew people who created that one, I don't know if they were having an off day or they thought it was going to mean something more than it did, but the original one didn't quite work out, so we cobbled together what we think is a suitable alternative. So we can get rolling with that, but I will not be rolling my hit dice. Thank you very much.
Boo! I'm sorry. Boo this man. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I care not for your booze. I care for hit points.
All right. Well, then let's work back in reverse order. Then let's start with you. So, Alarion is now up to a hit point total of
176, I believe, because I think I did modify my numbers last time.
176 out of 176, which means your Aegis is at
88, baby. 88 points per hour. I mean miles per hour. I mean points of armor.
88 Aegis, and of course 1 hero point that you begin with.
Correct.
So what is the cool thing that you get that you want to explain?
My spirit dice stayed put for now. I don't get another one until next level. But
that's a shame. I mean, listen.
I know you can't stand that exactly. However, I did get a really nifty one called the Bastion of Defense. I'm just going to post that in and what it is basically, I'll read the whole thing aloud if I can get back to the right page. There it is. Oh, cut. There it is. And for some reason, apparently, Roll20 I have to log in again because I apparently left it.
because Roll20 was like, you should not be. This one is too powerful. We have to take him out of the page.
All right. Anyways, your ability to defend your friends and allies grows even stronger, so that even when you are unconscious or dying, your soul continues to protect them. When I activate my Soul Fortress ability, its range is now 10 feet around me, and I may spend a soul die to extend that range an additional 10 feet, protecting up to 5 designated allies. Additionally, the protection bonus of Soul Fortress now lasts for 1 minute for all participants. The bonus they receive from this ability cannot make their AC higher than my own, so everyone... The 5 chosen people get +6 to their AC for 1 minute. I can only use this ability 3 times, then I must take a long rest to replenish it. Additionally, if I, for some reason, am knocked unconscious, which has happened more than once in this campaign, allies within 10 feet of me gain temporary hit points equal to 1 spirit die, which is 12, plus my wisdom bonus, so a total of 14 hit points, just temporary, not permanent. At the start of their turn, the additional hit points last for 1 minute or until I'm brought back to consciousness. So there you go.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And very appropriate for the the caliber, the kind of character that you are. So very exciting. And yes, I look forward to seeing what Alarian gets up to. More to come in just a second. Okay, Nisiana, you are now level 18. So now you just look at people and they just immediately return to life at all times, right? Like someone gets hit and you're just like, no, you will not die. Like, right? Is that how it works?
So all of my, as of 17, all of my healing dice are maxed, plus my +2 life domain. So I've created a cheat sheet that gives me, like, if I decide I'm going to do healing word at level 3, everybody in 60 feet, the 6 people within 60 feet automatically get 28 hit points back.
Yeah.
Or if I decide to do mass cure wounds at level 6, everybody gets 51 hit points back. It's one of those things. And I've put it into my my treasure list because that's where I could put it. So if for some reason you all have to Jaeger me, you all have access to my cheat sheet. Because I have actually been short shifting myself quite a lot because I've been pretty much just doing +5 to me when, like, I have up to +9 per healing. And I'm like, oh, okay, oops. But I finally put that together. And my channel divinity is at 3 now. And my wings are at 6. Well, my dragon wings and such like that.
Okay.
I rolled for my hit points.
Outstanding. Light and Passion says she's now the bad wolf because we know how You Will Not Die worked out for Captain Jack Harkness.
Roll 1d8 +4. And that gives me 9 more hit points. So that puts me at 155.
155.
And if you're hearing Mina, she has decided that since I was gone all day, it is time for me to play with her. So she is bringing me mice, and stuffed mice, and yelling at
Just
me
like
too.
multiple. It's time for us to play. I've killed multiple creatures to drop at your
For your amusement.
For your amusement.
And by yours, I mean mine.
And, now that there's a cat, everybody drink some water.
Outstanding. I look forward to doing exactly that.
Or
So
other
155 out of 155, 1 hero point, max healing. Good stuff. It may be needed in just a few.
It absolutely will be needed because we're all level 18. These are bad people we're dealing with.
Yeah, and it's we're in the world-spanning category almost here. So yes, absolutely. Look forward to seeing Nisiana's new abilities put to use on the field. All right, Brandon. Rowan has now reached level 18, which means now your gun turns into a howitzer, I assume. So it's now you basically have the Samus gun, right? So you can get all the plasma rifle thing. What actually what happens to Rowan?
He turns into Megatron.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever, Prime.
Yes. So my gun is now a rail gun. No. So
the
I
gun
gain
for
one
the
sorcery
Mandalorian,
point.
the one shot, like that. Sorry.
So I gain 1 sorcery point, so my sorcery points are now 18.
Okay.
I gain 1 5th level spell slot, so now I have 3 5th level spell slots.
Okay.
Which all sounds not pretty remarkable, right? But then I get my wild magic feature spell bombardment. When you roll damage for a spell and roll the highest number possible on any of the dice, choose one of those dice, roll it again, and add that roll to the damage. You can use this feature only once per turn.
Per turn.
I like how they specified that. Like that was actually going to reduce cool
God.
grand.
It's almost like
So
exploding
look forward
dice.
to walls of fire that keep bursting.
Yeah, exactly. Please tell me at some point you're just going to have Rowan is just going to be standing in the middle of the field, like with arms raised. It's just like, like just the,
Yeah, just like summoning flame from all directions. Yeah.
But having tossed up a coin first, like flipping it in the air and then, just to keep the branding,
Yes. But also, I should actually roll. In keeping with Rowan's character, I may as well gamble.
Triple digits hit points, everyone. Triple digits for Rowan.
Oh my God.
You
I
cannot
finally
not
got
get triple
there.
digits. Yep.
I mean, watch me get well.
Negative one.
You can't. Yes.
It's +2, so I can't get one.
You go down.
So-
96.
So
Damn
the
it.
worst that can happen tonight is that I get like what 101. So we'll see how this goes. 1d6 +2.
Hey.
So said, so done. So that's 102.
Oh, 102.
Oh.
It's like triple digits, but for how long? Exactly. 102, 102. That's 3 numbers to work with. 3 numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
For those of you at home, he rolled a 1.
He rolled a 1. What I love about that is the dice gods are like, yeah, fine, keep it up. You want right, fine. You want to mock what we're doing? Anyway, 102.
Are we a joke to you?
Yeah, which will be like your average disintegrate spell damage, just like. Anyway, very cool. I cannot wait to see Rowan get up to some madness with spell bombardment. Good gravy. It's gonna be amazing. Thanks, Brandon. Which leads us to Merime. All right, Marie. What awesomeness does Merime? What flourishes? What it also makes julienne fries now? Like, what else can Merime do at this point in level 18?
So I get an extra inspiration dice,
Okay.
of course, so
Okay.
which is always good. I get magical secrets, which means that I get to learn 2 spells from any class
Right.
whatsoever. So I have selected Blade of Disaster.
Of course. Blade of Disaster. All right.
Disaster, and you create like a blade-shaped planar rift for about 3 feet long, and then like I can make 2 melee space. This is a bonus action, by the way. I can make 2 melee spell attacks with the blade against a creature, a loose object, or a structure, which I do love attacking structures. On a hit, the target takes 4d12 force damage. But if I get a critical, which in this case is 18 or higher,
Right.
then you add an extra 8d12 force damage for 12d12 force damage.
Can I just say, did you say a blade shaped planar rift? Is that
Yes.
like a black hole, like my small portable black hole, like a planar shaped blade shaped planar rift? Okay, all right, sure.
That's amazing.
Naturally,
It's gonna be sparkly, but it's very awesome. And it can pass through barriers like Wall of Force, and I can use a bonus action again to move it. Like
sure.
so,
I mean, of course.
it's just gonna hurt, and I'm looking forward to it.
And the beautiful thing.
Imagine stabbing someone with a black hole. It's just like wham.
Well, especially since it has
12.
the expanded critical. If you roll an 18, 19, or 20, according to ours rules, that's max damage. That's 144 points of force damage instantly.
Yeah, 144.
Thought of that. That's nice.
So
imagine-
what you're saying is we're supposed to guidance and flash of genius and
Well,
all the time, just
Aha,
aimed
here it
specifically for
comes.
mermaid.
well,
it says a number
actually,
on the
yeah, go ahead.
the
go ahead, Marie.
D20 is 18 or higher, so it does specify the D20
Yeah,
has to.
And technically,
18 or-
also, it needs to be
Yeah.
said that since it also rolls an additional 12d12, I'm not sure. Like the original, like it has to be part of the original roll, not an additional on top of that. I have to think about that. Maybe.
think
I
on
mean,
it.
I will think about whether I want you to be able to just be like 144 damage, 144 damage, 144.
You do
listen.
want me to be able to.
I mean, if I were watching from the crowd, but I gotta be
As
fair
many opportunities as possible to give Marie advantage all the time.
all the time.
Save
exactly.
save up all of your inspirations, folks. We're gonna need all of them.
Don't forget your second spell. What's the second spell?
Yes. So just mentioning for the Blade of Disaster too, it's a natural evolution because last time she could not use her sword and used a lot of magic. Whereas this time she gets like a basically magical sword to whack people's heads.
Okay.
And the second spell, I have selected. I didn't discuss this with you, Greg, so feel free to just like kick me off the stream if you're not in agreement. But I've selected the Wish spell, and we can discuss like variation diversion. It's just a last minute. This is gonna suck, but we can discuss if you want, like,
Okay.
What, because there's several things in there, but. But yeah, I've selected the Wish spell as a things are going sideways anyways. Let's see. Let's have something that can be big guns if we need it. Like everybody's dead. The Aurora life isn't working type of thing.
Never had a party that actually got a wish spell. So I am looking forward to seeing that play out. But wish spells can be dramatically powerful, and is sometimes a little bit of the be careful what you wish for. Anyone who watched the
Yeah.
end of Vox Machina will know a bit of what I'm talking about. But anyway, super cool. I mean, again, the reason I'm not like, what the hell, is because it's level 18. Like, I knew what I signed up for at this, and
Right.
you
And it
know,
makes sense for the character too. Like,
yes,
at this
yes,
point she'd want to
I agree.
if something goes completely wrong, sorry, I'm being attacked by a cat, then let's be ready to wish
Uses
things
her
away.
wish to get immunity from the charmed condition.
Yeah, exactly. Haha. No, I didn't flourish and hit my friend for I order you to use Blade of Disaster on Rowan. Like, no.
But the funny thing is, though, I have counter charm, so if I just play my lute all the time, we cannot get frightened or charmed. I can't do anything else. I'll just play music
the
all
whole
the time.
time.
Riffs in the background. Can't you use wish? No, I'm counter spelling.
It's the lute playing guy in Road to El Dorado, right, or whatever. It's like that we did for Tyranny of Dragons.
Exactly.
Good stuff, Marie. And then what about hit points? Are you rolling as God intended in the name of
No.
no?
Hell
Boo! All right, what are your new total?
So
Total.
210 is my new total.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, 210 out of 210.
We
Another way to put that is
fight smarter, not
over
harder.
double what Rowan has. Is just
Wow.
You just felt like rubbing it in. Just cool.
Listen, you're just like in the midst of being like, oh look, spell bombardment with doom death thing stuff.
I feel like your supporting team don't roll though. Like this is like
No,
He
that's
is the
not true.
original casting glass cannon.
Yeah,
Literally.
exactly.
Yeah.
Even in his arm.
Very cool, Marie. I'm excited to see what Maramé gets up to in this session today. Last but certainly not least, Tren, I'm excited to hear what cool stuff Tantan can do at level 18. I assume you can now make Spanner into a hovercraft Goliath.
A true Transformer, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Like
I want Rampage from the Transformers. I don't know what you're gonna do with a cassette tape, but still.
So tell us what they get, and then I'm going to show how Light and Passion was inspired by this crew because it is related to a Tantan-oriented thing. So what have you got that's new, Trent?
And not Rampage, Ravage.
Ravage, sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which in Transformers Beast Wars, when he makes a little cameo, he's got this really deep voice and a thick Russian accent. I love it. It is so good. Oh, anyway, sorry. Calm, Trent. Get yourself a boyfriend and shut up. Okay, so right, what can Tantan do? He is now a magic item master. He can attune to 6 magic items at once, whereas everybody else, all of these plebs, can only do 3. So
wow.
I can also make 2 more infusions. So if anybody needs any, like if we need another spell storing item, like another ring or something, he can make another one of those. But it has to be a spell that he can cast. No, you can just make the item and you can put. But I think with the 2024 rules, it is now the spell storing item can now do 1st, 2nd, or 3rd level spells.
What?
With the new Artificer for 2020, whatever, all the new stuff for Artificer.
Yeah, I saw that, the Forge of Artificer that they just released, and I was like, man, it's a little late for our campaign, but
yeah, it is. But I thought that was that part was kind of cool. Some of the rest of it, I'm like,
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, not a whole lot beyond that. He's kind of maxed out on the spell slots he's going to get because we only get up to level 5 spells on the stuff. But the next thing would be at level 20, he gets Soul of Artifice. So basically, it's like if he's about to die, he can just crush one of his magic items and regain hit points. Basically, just sacrifice one of his magic items to heal himself. Let's see, and I'll be rolling.
Outstanding.
For my hit points. And let's see what we get. Where is it? Hit that. There we go. 7 points.
Hey, 144. All right. 100
and 10 hero points.
and 1 hero point. That's close.
That's part of it. You missed the second number though, but
that's
okay.
yeah, sure. Okay, so I want to now I have a question because we'll probably start with this during this kind of downtime, or not downtime, but lead time, if you will. Is Spanner going to be reborn? And I'm asking for a particular reason relating to what I'm about to reveal.
Well, he's a construct. He can't be born.
Well, Spanner, whatever it is. I keep going Spanner 4.0. And like, no, it's not Spanner 4.0. Another Spanner. Which Spanner is this? Or like, is there going to be Spanner?
There is going to be a Spanner.
Okay. So then in that case, I'm going to reveal to you. Now, this chat is from Light and Passion, who sent along these pictures, and you can now see it on your screen, inspired by Spanner. Now, it does not necessarily have to look exactly as Trent imagines it for what Spanner is, but I still think, regardless, that it looks super cool. So I'm putting that just in the center. Oh my God,
yeah.
Just to sort of block that for just a moment, and I'll show a couple of different images of it. So that's Spanner, and then let me give you another Spanner. Let's see. Wait, that's 634, right? So we have this one. That's another picture of Spanner with the shadowing too. And then we've got this Spanner. Yeah, even closer. Look at that.
Look at that, eh?
I love it. And then we've got this Spanner, which is pretty cool. So those are all of the different Spanners that we have. And finally, of course, this Spanner. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking. That's
oh yeah,
yeah, totally. No, I'm just kidding. My friend
Tari, right? That Spanner. Come on,
hamster Spanner. That's right.
He's so covered in ribbons that's what he looks like now.
Yeah, just joking.
Yes.
That is my friend Tari did that for my daughter some time ago. My daughter, who just got accepted, by the way, to her 7th out of 7 so far colleges.
Oh, wow.
And
Wow.
Yeah, she just got accepted to Fairfield, which is one of her top choices. She's waiting on the others, and she's gotten money from all of them. Yeah, I'm super proud of her. She's done super well.
Fantastic.
So far, so good. Anyway, that's what's inside Spanner. Right, Spanner has the heart of this. That's clearly the case.
It's just on a wheel running.
Exactly. But all jokes aside,
all of the gears that you're hearing is just that one hamster running very quickly.
All jokes aside, though, Light and Passion, seriously, both with the dice and with that, it's super cool. So I don't want to speak for everybody else, but just for me, I think it's very cool to see that campaign inspire that. So thank you for sending that along.
What was the thing we were dealing with? It wasn't a steel defender. It was like a steel something else. It was a thing. We had banished something to another plane.
Yes. And
then that thing bamfed out, grabbed him, and brought him back. It also reminds me a lot of that because that was much sleeker and everything. Oh God, I love that thing. Yeah. Anyway, so I was like, yeah.
So very, very cool. Thank you, Light, for that. All right, everybody, let's get rolling now that we've gotten our levels up here. Let's get moving. And talk a little bit about, we're not going to talk just too much about what happened last session because there was a lot that happened. However, I can tell you that the very end of this session involved the defeat of a ancient green dragon that had attempted to basically corrupt the people of Nusir, and it attempted to not only destroy Prince Orgev, but his people, which would have been a real problem because then the party, King Citadel, would not have been able to, first of all, would have been bad because then people would have died, and the King's Citadel is not about that life. But also, it would have meant that the King's Citadel would not have been able to find the location of the Forge of Making, which they have now been able to discover thanks to the very grateful Prince Orgev, who has also agreed to send an army to the cause. Why am I talking about... Say again?
4 people.
4 people, exactly. Has a little bit of an army, but it's a we few, we happy few. It's a bit of a guerrilla force, I think you might say. But the reason that it's important, though, is because the party was able to pass along, the King's Citadel was able to pass along that information to Brayland. All, of course, as we know, during this time, Brayland has been in negotiations and assembling the 5 armies, recognizing, finally, the threat posed by the Lord of Blades, who has already gone to seek out, this forge and to create a massive army of Warforged. the party having passed this information along, the 5 nations have come together in a rather astonishing show of force, given the fact that the last war was about these same 5 nations fighting each other. But they have united against a common threat. And the party is going to be going with those armies, but not quite yet. Because the first thing we need to do is talk a little bit about what happened in that liminal space in between the end of their last session and the beginning of this one. And so I am going to ask, I think it could work either way, but I guess I'll start, Jen, with Nisiana, chatting with Rowan about something important to the both of them. I want to start there, and then each of the other 3 will get a chance to do some stuff / downtime and so forth before we move on to what happens at the beginning here of Scales of War. Chat, just so you have a concept of this, I want you to be thinking of this as the Storm Gathering. So Scales of War, the Storm Gathering, if you will. So this conversation would be taking place about a week after the events of what took place with the defeat of the Ancient Green Dragon. I will say that the armies march into where they're going to march, which I'll describe it later, 2 weeks after those events. So basically, this is about a week afterward. And Nisiana and Rowan, you can tell me where you think this conversation would take place, and also what the sort of parameters are, like what you two were talking about.
For me, the conversation would take place when he hands me the 2 diamonds, each worth 1,000. That's when this happens.
Mm-hmm. So at some point earlier in that day, I will spend 2,000 GP and buy 2 diamonds. Like, I spend a great deal of that morning literally appraising them, going, is this clear enough? This feels not worth this actual amount of money.
This is cubic zirconia.
I mean, I'm a hustler. I know what a fake diamond looks like. I know what diamonds that are not of 1,000 GP in quality look like.
Why are you getting these diamonds, Rowan?
To repay Nisiana for the act of resurrecting the goblins that I static to death because I didn't know that they weren't mentally fortitudinous enough to withstand a synaptic static.
Don't forget that I resurrected once too.
Yeah, but it was my diamond that I handed to you to resurrect. Mm-hmm. Yes, but Nisiana did 1, and Mermaid did the first one.
Mm-hmm. So I come back to Nisiana and I place like a velvet satchel with 2 diamonds in it in your hands.
And I'm like, what is this?
The debt that I owe. For
and I open it up. For?
Do I have to say it aloud?
This looks at you.
I admittedly did screw up with the goblins. In my defense, I really didn't want to hurt anybody. I didn't know what was going on in the cave, in the basement. I really just wanted everybody to chill out so we could talk. I didn't expect that a goblin didn't have enough brain matter to withstand the synaptic static, which is my fault.
I'm glad you understand that, but Rowan, you don't understand why I'm upset at you.
Perhaps I do not.
Your first instinct was to lie to me. To not tell me the truth of what actually happened. And that hurts me.
This is true.
That hurts all of us. We need to be able to trust each other. Why didn't you trust me to just listen to what you had to say?
I am still getting used to this work. As you know, the whole not leaping to potentially violent decisions in conditions of potential tension The combination of living several years essentially on a hair trigger in the event that one's con goes poorly, and the last more than a month now, more than 2 months now, of watching some of the worst absolute carnage take place in places that I've only ever been to steal people's money and go back to salvation, is admittedly taking a toll on me.
Have I ever lied to you?
No, you have not. And it is no comfort for me to tell you that I lied because I wanted to spare the hurt that you would otherwise have acknowledged if I acknowledged that I did the thing, which is, again,
But-
my fault.
Rowan, don't you understand? Every action teaches me something. You've taught me something with this. I can do immense amount of damage now, and I don't quite understand how to limit the collateral damage. And watching you and Alarian and Merime and Mitt Hanton work teaches me how to not hurt those that don't deserve it. You do a disservice to yourself and to us when you don't trust us to understand. So I'm going to make you a vow right now. I promise you, I will always listen to you. I will not promise that I will understand or agree, but I will always listen to you first before I make a judgment. Will you trust that?
I trust it enough to use that vow now, if you like.
I promise this to you. I'm not taking this back. I will always listen. I will always answer. I will always do what I can. I am very much afraid of doing what you have done. But I understand accidents happen. And at this point, yes, they can be fixed. So is there something else you want to ask me or tell me?
There is. I am, at the moment, deathly afraid that at some point very soon, I will not have the restraint that I had then. That I will have the power to do the same level of harm or worse. And I will choose it gladly. That frightens me. This is the first time that I've ever been on a team that has the goal of a greater good that is larger than whether my pockets will be thicker than they were the night before.
Then we've got something good for you. But
I've seen children face deathly danger.
Yes.
I've seen cities tear themselves apart. For a box full of gears and grief and darkness and evil that I can't even break.
Often
and
children don't understand, but you understand what you're doing. And if you say, I must do this damage, if you say that this is the greater good, even if it hurts innocence, and you believe that, all I can do is say, okay. I want you to understand that you are our shadow. And we need you to be our shadow. Because, I mean, as much as I can do damage, I don't think like you.
As you are speaking, I step closer to you and I put my hands around your hands as they're still holding the bag with the 2 diamonds in it, and I say, I'm not sure you understand.
Okay.
For the last several fights, you've noticed that I like blowing myself up. I don't care that much about my own body. I've gotten it back several times before, and that a lot of that is thanks to you, for which I am grateful. What I'm telling you now is, I am not sure right now if on the night that we meet the Lord of Blades, and I know that I can kill him with one strong blow, I wouldn't choose to take you or Merime or Ilarion or Tantin with him. And that's a decision I've never even made. When the room that I was when the room I was in was full of swindlers. And I don't know how I feel about that right now, and I'm afraid of not having that feeling tomorrow.
Are you saying you wouldn't kill the Lord of Blades, or are you saying you would kill him and yourself, but not us?
I'm saying today I would kill myself with him. I'm saying tomorrow I'm afraid that I'd kill you.
We face death every day. That is our lot as the King's Citadel. You must understand that we understand that. And if we die, someone will take our place. Rowan, we are the right people at the right time, doing the right thing for the right reasons. As long as you are not indiscriminately killing innocents. As long as you have not...
Aren't you also an innocent? Like,
I've never been an innocent. How can I do the necromantic magic that I do without understanding how life and death works? I am not innocent. I am just as black in my soul as you are. I just treat it differently. I choose life because I can, but I know how to choose death. And I will choose it when I need to. Rowan, you know this, and I squeeze your hands. I won't tell Merime this, but I will sacrifice my own life to save her. She is the most important thing in my life. Beyond Eberron. I mean, Eberron is the thing that we are working for. You understand that. But of the corporeal...
You keep saying that, and that's the part that also confuses me, but go on.
You have seen him do miracles. He is here. He is with us. He is always with us. All things serve Eberron. In the end, even you will. But the choice I make as an infallible human will be to always save Merime. So if that means I have to die to do it, I will. She doesn't know I can do this. She hasn't seen it happen yet. And I trust you not to tell her.
I won't.
Because I know she wouldn't approve. That is me trusting you. I do have a dark side. I am not innocent. None of us are innocent. We all have our baggage and our shadows, but we all look at it differently. You know how to harness yours in such a way that helps us. Because most of us must turn our faces towards the light. You use the darkness to help us. You do bad in the name of good. That is what I trust you to do.
It's a hell of a lot of trust.
Yes, it is. Please trust me that I trust you. So don't lie to me again. Don't immediately think to lie to me. Trust that I will listen to you.
I promise that I will be better about that in the future.
Okay.
Quickly,
Yes.
a vow from me as well.
Okay.
When this is over, what is the one thing that you want? And don't say it to live happily with
No, I
Merrimay
don't. I
Hawksmoor, because the end goal should possibly be that I would rather none of us die. But other than that, what is there a thing that you
want
want?
to not be at war. I want to be able to go shopping for ribbons with my sister. I want to annoy Mia Tantan by decorating Spanner with as many ribbons as I can possibly festoon upon him. I want to make Alarion a few ties with bows and make him wear them too. I want joy. I want to stop being afraid. That's what I want.
God damn it, you want a lot. That's very big. Jeez.
You asked, and I trust you. That is my answer. I want to stop being afraid.
Cool. Well, I started that line of questioning with the end goal of making a vow, so I guess I'm making it anyway.
Okay. You don't have to. You can step back. You
Nope.
haven't actually made the vow.
Nope. I am honor bound to end the train of thought that I've already begun,
Honor
which
among
means
thieves.
that at some point, indeed, at some point, I guess I need to make sure that I can give you that.
That I no longer live in fear.
Yeah.
You have a heavy burden, my friend.
It would seem so. You've given me a lot of work.
Well, if you're willing to take it on, I gift it to you.
Also, as an aside, I'm pretty sure Illyrian doesn't have feelings. I'm sure there is no dark thought that lingers within that robot's
I
heart.
think you are very wrong. You have not seen him in justice mode. You
Fair.
should talk to him about his thoughts on justice and what he will do to uphold what he considers justices. Perhaps not immediately, but no, he has darkness. He's lived longer than any of us. And I don't know if he knows exactly how to deal with it.
Understood. Maybe I will pick his brain about that.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Not immediately actionable, given the vow, but thank you for trusting that I can be trusted.
She reaches up and touches your cheek, and she's like, Eberron, bless you.
Oh my god.
And remember that he is always here with us. I believe in you, and so does he.
Your belief matters more. And I walk away. And as I am walking away, I will head back to
Wall
the
of fire,
shop where I...
everything. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
I go back to the shop where I bought the diamonds.
Mhm.
I walk in like the alleyway beside it, where like as far back into that alleyway where no one can see me. And then I use minor illusion, just under the vague assumption that dozens of very untoward people at any one point in time are actually spying on us on a regular basis. I use minor illusion to cast an image on the wall of House Fjarlan's coat of arms, and then walk away back into the street.
Nice. The consequences will be okay. Very nice. I like it. Okay. While this conversation is taking place, I want. First of all, I should ask before I get to this, Merrimay, is there someone in particular within the party? Because I have someone that's going to want to talk to you, but is there someone in the party that you or like a particular thing that you want to accomplish during this period of time? In the 2 weeks-ish between the events of last session and the marching into the Grey with the armies.
I don't know that Merrimay would be seeking a particular discussion with anyone. I think she'd be trying to see if her dreams reveal anything. And I think she'd be like, you know, hanging out with her sister and keeping an eye on Tantan and just to see how he's faring with everything, and just looking at Ilarion hovering about and seeing what Rowan's getting up to. But I think she's more introspective with everything that's happening and coming into it. So I don't know that she would necessarily seek anyone out. She feels like everyone is doing what they need to get ready for whatever is coming up next. So she would be having some fun as well, but she'd be pretty chill about it and try and see if the dreams reveal anything.
Okay. So I want to set up one sort of little aspect of that then, which is to say that the dreams that you've been having over the last week or two have been, I guess the way to describe this would be truncated. If you could imagine the Kalashtar dream as often being almost three-dimensional in nature, like everything feels extraordinarily immersive, this feels now as if you are almost watching a dream through glass, as if it is somehow distant from you in a way that has not been the case before. Now, partially this may be because of proximity to the gray, but you've been, in proximity to the gray before and did not have this sort of effect. But it's lasted probably since the events of what happened at New Seer. And the dreams have been difficult. So you've had, moments and visions, but they're all somewhat distant from you. I think might be the way to describe this. And I'm putting that out there because you can react how you wish to with that. But I want to take us to a bar that is in Salvation.
Yes.
And you are sitting at the bar next to one Hilar Brasal, who has been sitting with you for a while, as probably somewhat quietly, I would imagine, at least for part of it, because Hilar asked you to come here, and Hilar is paying for all the drinks and everything.
He better be.
Yeah, the tavern, I should say. I almost said taverna. Suddenly you're in Athens. The tavern here has done quite well for itself since your overall time in Salvation, partly because it now has been servicing this kind of steady stream of military and all this other stuff. And everybody knows that if you want a bar to consistently perform, helpful to get a good military presence on a regular basis that's not, all about the base. And so you were inside this bar one evening sitting there, and Hilar has called you here, and you still don't know why. Has just been drinking and is much quieter than normal, and is just sort of occasionally like calling for another drink and just sort of, and has just been mostly silent. What do you want to do?
I'll kind of finish another drink and order another. They're fancy drinks too. Like, this is not like, know. And then I'll kind of look at him and say, okay, I'm all for like drinking on, your coin here, but knowing you've got something you want to talk about. Do you want to talk about it now, or do you want to wait until I pester you later?
And he kind of shakes his head and he downs another. There's like 4 lined up next to him, of something which is called the Gray Tear, which is quite a it packs quite a punch, this drink, but it doesn't seem to have really affected him much to this point.
I'm not surprised about that either.
Yeah.
I've seen him drink.
Yeah, exactly. And he says, I don't know. I think I wanted to talk to you because I never really talked much with you about this question, but never thought it was much my business. You able to see the future, Marame? I mean, through dreams and prophecies, I guess I feel for months now I've just been chasing after ghosts, hearing words from the Oracle of War, or dragons, or gynosphinxes, or what all. And I guess I'd love some certainty for a change.
Hmm.
What have you been hearing from sensing in your dreams? I'm just looking for some path. Needless to say, you've never heard Pilar like this before.
No. I order him another drink.
I was going to say, great, he's a mopey drunk.
Perfect, thanks.
Some strong coffee.
Roll out the barrel. Yeah.
Some espresso, maybe. So I think about it. Have another drink myself. There's a reason I use the sword more than I follow my dreams, Halar. There's a reason that I stay with my sister, which I adopted, might I add. There is a reason that I'm with all of you and not with a Kalashtar dreaming right now. Do you know what that reason is?
And kind of like drinks again and
Gulp.
shakes his head. I wouldn't want to guess.
No, it's a good reason, I think, anyways. Because this, you, Nisiana, Tantan, Ilarian, Rowan, salvation, my sword even, it's real and it's here. And what the dreams have revealed to me is that we don't know what the future will bring, and we will drive ourselves insane trying to figure it out, because it's an ever-shifting plane, worse than the gray, less trustworthy than it even. And if anybody can interpret it to the degree that we can actually forge a path from the moment here where you and I are sitting in this tavern in Salvation, you drinking those awful drinks, some coffee please, then that person who can forge that path to a future that is certain, I think they're lying. I don't think the certainty of a future exists. I think that what you need to rely on is the certainty of the present and of what you're building now and the road that you are trying to forge ahead and who you're going with. I'm certain in why I'm here and who I'm here with. I can't tell you what tomorrow will bring. Nobody could. But what I can tell you is you've surrounded yourself with the right people, because we made it here from all the yesterdays that tried to kill us and that tried to crush us. We made it to this moment now. That I'm certain of.
And he kind of listens, and, then drinks again, puts it down.
Coffee, seriously.
And says, and they bring over this bottle of apparently what seems to be kind of a coffee-flavored schnapps. And he's like, all right, sounds good. You're just like, wait, what? It was, and he says, the problem is, Maramé, that up to this point I was always living in the present. I always believed that all of you in the King's Citadel knew what they were doing, that I could trust you. You've proven it. The army that we're building, the people that we've got behind us, none of that happens without you. None of that happens without all of you working together. The chances of us providing anything was just almost down to zero before we brought you in. So we beat the odds over and over again. You all beat the odds over and over again. And what's it got us? An army, a chance against, and he kind of, the drink comes through, the new drink, and he kind of looks at it and is like, coffee, and then drinks the schnapps and, puts it down on and says, word is that the Lord of Blades has already assembled a lot of the army. But he's used the forge already. The army, if the scouts are right, Maramé, it's 5 times the size of anything we have. I've always been a soldier. I've always just followed orders. I've always done what I was told to do. And if I got the authority to bend the rules so that I could do it better, that's what I did. All because I wanted to help people. But what your present is telling me is that this is the last time you and I are going to be able to drink like this, or talk like this. That I've set you all on this journey and put you through traumas I can't even conceive of, all so that you come to the other side of it, and we all get raised to the ground anyway. And I can't talk about it to most people because I'm not allowed to do that. I gotta be the leader somehow, the one who sends you on missions no one else can do. But it ain't gonna happen this time, Merime. No one's gonna beat that army. I was hoping you could give me a future that might give us a path different from this. Something I ain't seeing. But if it's based on what I'm seeing and that's all, and he sort of, snaps to the bartender, then this is the last drink we're going to enjoy, you and me.
Well, with that, I'm kidding.
You wait, you're like, Vic, just assemble a few drinks then, yeah.
Yeah, just I wish I don't know. You might be right. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we got here either. It's not all because of you. Nothing is because of you. In fact, we all chose to be part of the King's Citadel. We all chose to stand. We appreciate you keeping an eye on us and our backs, and then don't forget that no matter what happens. But I think that when I look at what brought us here, and I will lean on my sister's belief here because she believes when I don't, is I think that we were put on this path because we needed to be on it. I think that us finding the Oracle of War, I think that us learning about the Oracle of Bones, I think that us saving the people who could give us the information, I think that Flamewind trusting us from even her ivory tower with the information she gave us, I think that everything that has led us to this moment, every single step that's led us to this present existed because we are not meant to fall here. Or if we fall, it will be because she's like knocking down drinks at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be because we were meant to fall in that battle, but we will not do so failing because we will have empowered our allies and ourselves to win that final battle. It doesn't matter if we survive, it'd be nice, but what matters is will Braylon survive? Will Eberron survive? And I think it will, because we will go in there, because everything has led us to this moment, and everything is pushing us forward to the next together. And we will do everything we can to seize the day. And one way or another, we will win that battle. Will we survive? I don't know. I wish I could see the future. The dreams they're like glass, like impossible to reach. But this isn't. You're not. Your drinks aren't. You should stop. Again, more coffee. But
he's already like taken another as he's been listening to.
Should go. But my sword is real, and you're real, and our allies are real, and that will bring us into the future. You have to believe that we can win, even if our numbers are less, because we have beaten all the odds so far. And if you march into that battle, Alarn, you look at me.
He's like,
Come on. If you march into that battle believing we can't win, then we will not win, because you will defeat yourself before we even step in there. You want me to tell you your future? Right now, in this moment, you are so fucked. But you straighten yourself out, and you bring that same battle and that same belief that you've always had, and I can tell you that we will win. I don't need my sister here to tell me that she believes in you, because I believe in you. Do you understand me, sir?
And so she finishes with that, and there, all of a sudden you realize that the bar has quieted down around you, and there's like this whole group of people just sort of looking, and then from the back there's like you hear these people starting to come right to the back, and a lot of people come up and like clapping the shoulder, and they're like, "Can I buy you a drink?" And Hilar's like, "Oh," like ready to bring you some more drinks, and
Sure. Why not?
Hilara waits until some of the commotion has died down, and Hilara says, "Well, you give a great speech, Maramé, and you believe it. Maybe you're right. It's a birthday today, you know. I ever tell you why I got into the war? I got into the service years ago.
I don't think you've ever shared that story.
Well, it ain't much of a happy story, and I don't like talking much about myself. But, had would have been my daughter's birthday today. And he's like, tearing up and, and he says, I lost her before I went in the service. I was away. I'd been doing some work out on the territories. I used to be a mercenary in those days. I tried to serve the right people, but they kept me away too much, and the woman I'd been with, she always said that if I stayed away, something was going to happen that I wasn't able to stop. Found her. She'd been taken by bad people. I guess the guards had gone after him because I wasn't there. They thought it was going to be a ransom. They knew I had money, but I wasn't there to pay it. The guards went after, and things went sideways. Wasn't even there when she was gone. All I found in my home was a note. From the woman I loved, saying, "I told you so." I almost finished myself off that day too, but I decided I couldn't, and that I was never gonna be missing again. I joined the service. I fought like hell in the war. Met you. I always thought that I'd finally found a way to be able to not go missing. And now I'm afraid it ain't gonna matter. You tell me that if I believe hard enough, it'll work. And maybe that's right. But
I'm
it's
so
hard to hold
sorry.
on to my belief now, Maramé. And
I'm so sorry.
I don't even know why the hell I'm telling you this.
Because you've had about 20 drinks.
And he
You're
looks
about
over,
to-
he's like, I thought it was more like 19.
You're about to tell me your social security number and your credit card number. So,
He
Whoa.
puts it down and he says, I just want to know that I'll be there when I need to be. I guess that's all.
What was her name? Your daughter's name?
Revelia.
Belia, that's a beautiful name.
She was
Hilar.
5. She was 5.
She was 5.
He just sort of stares at the counter.
Elar, I don't know what the future will bring, but I know the past is for all of us, I think, and for you. Thank you for telling me. But the past itself is such a dark land with good moments and bads. And I think the future offers us the same. Some good, some bad. And I'm glad that our roads met. All because of a dream, you know. That's how I ended up in the town where we met. I didn't think the town was going to be destroyed and that you'd save my ass, which I appreciate. But your road and my road met at one point and we stayed together. And yes, at some point those roads will break apart again. And you're right, probably because one of us will die. But that doesn't mean it's tomorrow. That doesn't mean this is our last drink. When you do, though, or when I do, whichever one of us lives the longest, I hope that one of us will live longer and maybe come back to this tavern or another one and then hold the drink. And I'll think of you with Revelia and how you've reunited. Or you think of me and know that when I find your daughter, I will tell her how heroic you are and how loving you are and how someday she'll get to see you again. And I'll keep her company until you come. I promise you that. But until then, we're here and we're together. And I'm not your daughter, Hilar, but I need you. You're my friend, you're family to me. And I want to save those I love, and you're amongst them. So don't give up, because you couldn't save her, and I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you. But I need you. You've saved me, and you've saved so many others too. Don't lose sight of that.
And he kind of, sighs deeply, and then he's like, well, I suppose if you put it like that, I ain't got no choice. That and the fact that I don't entirely know that I'm gonna be able to get back to my room, because I'm gonna... And he just sort of falls forward, and several mugs rattle off and sort of crash onto the ground. And the bartender says, he had a running tab. Don't worry about it. Do you need me to have him taken out of here, or do you?
It's okay. I've got. I'm going to. No, he's sleeping. I can't dimension door him out of there. Just he'll wake up eventually, and I'll just kind of sit there and slowly drink and wait for him to wake up enough, or I'm going to have to call Tenton and his or Hilarion to carry him, or Tensor's disc for Tenton, or someone's going to be able to get him home if he doesn't wake up.
The bartender says, do you mind very much if you've got about 25 mugs. Can I recycle a cup? I need some other people need the mugs. Can I?
No, please take them. Not that one. Not that one.
Oh, sorry. Good stuff. While that is going on, Hilarion, what have you got at the moment that you are doing or wanting to do? Again, I have things, but I want to see what you want to do.
I need to stop off and see Mia Tanton.
That will be tremendous, since I also had something for Tanton, but even better. How about that happens right now?
That's fine.
Where does it happen?
Okay, so where are we now? We're still in the city. We're still in the tent city, the refugee city, right?
No. Let me. You could be. This happens in that 2-week span, so you could do this either in Salvation, which is where I just had the little scene with Maramé and Hilar.
Oh, sorry.
Nisiana and Rowan could theoretically have done it either in Salvation or in New Seer. So it depends on where you intend to want to do this.
Salvation's fine to me. It's all good. So, do we know this thing about the armies yet, or do we need to be informed about it?
You know that the armies are assembling, and that you are going to be asked to basically be there at a big strategy session as they go into the Grey. You know that you're supposed to march with them, but in terms of like the specifics, you don't know, except that you have heard that it is and just from the gathering of people around, it's a colossal undertaking, like the most impressive military gathering you've ever seen, type of thing. Yeah,
that's just the last war.
Yeah.
Anyways, then actually, for salvation, I do have a couple things I need to have done. So, but first, me and Tanton, this will be relatively short. Valerian goes to find wherever he is. I'm assuming tinkering around in his room, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to find.
Not really.
We arrange to make sure he has food and like feeds himself every so often. And if the tray's outside the door, come in like, And then so we've been having a conversation while these all great conversations were going on, and Tanton now has the ability to create magic items with his infusions. I mean, we've done this before. I've had the Ring of Invisibility. I've had the Bracelet of Cure Light, which has been very handy. I now want, or I'm going to ask him to make me an Amulet of Health.
Yes, it should be easy enough.
Okay. Since you're limited, do you want one of the other items you've already made for me back?
Well, he looks you over to get a sense of how many magic items you're currently attuned to.
Right. The only one is the Staff of the Woodlands, I think.
Okay.
Because the bracelet and the ring can be used by anyone. So I only have one, best of my knowledge. Let's double check that. Shield is easy.
They can be used by anyone, but do they require attunement?
I don't think so.
The attunement that you can do, like it's going out of style, Tanton, like 6 at a time.
That's for me only.
No, I know.
Everybody else can still only have 3.
No, I know. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, the invisibility ring does require that.
Okay, that's 2.
What if the bracelet does too?
Probably not. It's just a cure wounds thing.
I don't even know if it's a thing. Oh, here it is. Nope. Is it a bracer?
And that spell storing item is not an infusion, so you wouldn't have to drop that. That's just something he makes because he's an artificer.
I'm sorry, the which one? Oh, you said the spell storing.
The spell storing, the bracelet. So you don't have to drop that.
All right, cool. Well, then I only have 2. So, let me mark down that the ring requires attunement. That's something I did not keep in mind. So, how? Kind of looking for a minute. How long?
And he kind of, because he's, as soon as you came to his quarters, he stepped out and closed the door behind him, so we're standing in front of the thing, and he kind of and sort of opens the door and looks back inside, and tomorrow morning.
Excellent. I will see you then. Thank you.
And he just turns and goes back in and closes the door and locks it.
So tell me what else you're going to do, Alarian, because then the last of these vignettes that we're doing, I want to make for Tanton.
Yep.
Someone, which I'll talk about in a minute.
I head to the church next, which I haven't been to in a while.
Yes. So Mother Johanna is, the church, by the way, has been rebuilt and is in quite good condition with what looks like new pews and new kind of construction for the most part that's there. Salvation also, it's been a nice little stretch of a couple of months that Salvation has not been under attack by somebody, so that's a nice change. For a change, the front was not right there. Yeah, exactly. Or precisely. No one shattered a wall lately around there. But so when you come in, Mother Johanna is sort of looking at and is talking to a worker who is sort of framing the last bit of this stained glass, which portrays a silver fountain, and is kind of like, and then perhaps this, and then I don't know whether you come up and
as always, I know I wait until the back until she's done with her meeting.
And when she turns around, and she says, please, says to the worker, please excuse me, and comes over. Also, Side note, by the way, I saw that. Drew's comment to Proxima, this guy is like, I became an adventurer because I took an arrow to the daughter. Wow. Wow. I just, here you are, guy spilling his heart out, to his friend in a bar. And you all have to make a lame Skyrim joke that's extremely funny. There's just no reason for that, okay? Too soon.
That's terrible but hilarious.
Terrible
Well
but hilarious.
Tragedy
Or
plus
hilarious,
time
if you
equals
will,
comedy.
in this case.
Yeah.
Anyway. So she turns and says, a couple things to the worker, and then comes over and, Alarian, it is a great pleasure to see you as always. How have you been?
Busy. There's much to do. There's always much to do in this region. But how are you? I see the church has been restored.
It
This,
has.
pleases me.
It has. And in fact, we have more than ever that have come to the church. This time, not because it's the only place that will hold them, but because they wish to give their thanks. Even all of the
Excellent.
dangers that still apply, there's hope in the streets here. Hope I did not think I would see. And you and the others in your group are the ones to thank for that.
Good. I mean, we do what we can. What radiates out from that is beyond any of our control. But it is good that our activities have created this hope in this town. I am pleased to hear that. Out of character, Greg, or the plane of glass is how far away from Salvation?
It is probably a couple of days journey, you would think. If it were just sort of normal, just travel time in the regular thing, that's one thing. But the deal with the gray. You have to sort of go cautiously. You get doubled back, and sometimes paths that you think lead one way go somewhere else. So probably a couple of days travel. And the plane of glass, of course, is where a lot of the disaster just sort of almost quite literally wiped the land clean. So it's not a pleasant place. The battle may take place before you get there, but it's en route to the plateau, the glass plateau.
And why is it happening there? Is that just where everyone agreed that, yeah, we'll go over here because it seems like doing this in the gray is a bad idea?
Well, the reason that they can't, the reason is because the armies, according to the scouts and everything else, basically the Lord of Blades attack is imminent. And the feeling is that if the Lord of Blades attacks along, basically any area, he's going to, they will overwhelm and then basically obliterate any defenses that are there. The hope is that the armies can strike before the Lord of Blades has finished their plans to assemble fully, before the Death Star is fully operational, that kind of thing. Right. So it's not, no one loves this idea, incidentally. I mean, loves having to do it this way.
No,
but
not at all.
Yeah.
Okay. So Salvation is pretty much the closest civilized area to where this battle's going to happen.
More or less, yeah.
All right, that's what I figured. Larry already knows all this. I was, as a player, refreshing my memory.
But the glass plateau, just one last thing. It's the glass plateau is in the gray at a little bit of a distance, so it's not next to the edge. Just
No, but if Salvation is 2 days away compared to somewhere that's 5 or 6,
that's right. Yeah,
they're going to overflow or wounded is going to come back here.
Theoretically,
it's very clear to me.
Yeah,
yes.
And Wispy's right. First strike is a good way to look at it. At least that's what they're thinking.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Okay. So Alarian takes out 1,000 gold and gives it to her, and says, "You will need every bit of this for what is coming. You must stock up as much as possible, for this will be the fallback point. This will be where the wounded, once, assuming we win the battle, will be coming. And you will need everything you can get."
She nods and she says, "We have built up our acolytes here, our volunteers. We have built at least enough that we will be able to attend to some of the wounded. In fact, even some of Braylon's army, some of their army medics have said that they will be here to serve with us. I am grateful, and we will put this to good use." And she kind of says, "But, Alarian, what of you? This entire time you've done nothing but support this small sanctuary, rebuilt it when it was practically razed to the ground, helped when people went missing, when the people of salvation were desperate for hope, the nation's now desperate for hope. You are going to march with armies into the Mournland, and what will happen to you? Have you thought of you?
There is little enough time to think of myself or what might come after. Matters are coming to a head, and all my concentration must be given to the next hour, the next day. If we are able to defeat the Lord of Blade's army and him, then I will turn to what comes next. In moments, I have thought about where I might end up, but I must push that away for now. It is a goal that at this moment seems very far off. The important thing is to make sure that you and the other members of this town are prepared for what is about to descend. Over there, and they wave off at the gray and where the plane of glass is, and is going to spill over on this town whether you want it to or like it or not. And I think making sure this church, making sure you as this church's leader is as prepared and as ready as possible, that is the greatest thing I can do right now for salvation. Everything else pales until we actually take the field. But you are the lodestone. You are the center of this town. You must hold it together. Neither of us has a choice in this matter. So I appreciate your thought to ask of me, but I need you to focus your attentions on those who will be coming in a few short days. And of course, I know you will do everything that you can for them.
And she kind of nods and says, I am more of a conduit than I am a lodestone. But to the extent I can channel some compassion and kindness, I will do so. But I do hope you will at least take this. And she draws from around her neck and below her robe a long silver chain. And at the end of this silver chain is what looks essentially like a chalice with a flame. The whole thing made of silver. And she says, it is not necessary for you to believe. For my belief to be of some assistance. It is said that when things are at their absolute darkest, it is only the flame of within that can light the darkness of without. And I hope you might consider that and take this with you. And it's long enough.
I will bow low enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's able to fit it. Now it doesn't look like it's not a choker. It's very long on her. So for you, it becomes like a functional, necklace of a kind.
Right.
And she says, I hope you will remember it when the time is darkest. The flame does burn there. And she kind of points meaningfully at the necklace. And here.
And I put my hand over it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will remember.
And she bows and she says, then we will be ready.
I have no doubt. And with your belief, I have no doubt we will also be victorious. Thank you, Mother Johanna, for everything.
And she nods and bows low and
I return it.
And then turns and heads to the worker who's tapping in the frame around the stained glass.
And I look at the image that's being created for just a few moments. I take it in as the sun shines.
I was going to say,
through it.
Hits off the necklace, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and then turn and glide out of the. The only other thing I do, and we don't need to narrate you don't need to role play this. I want to make sure my cube of force is recharged to its maximum charge.
Okay.
I think I can do that at the market. So
that sounds good.
And I think the maximum is it 8 or 9? It's more. 'Cause I have 5 now, and I know it's more than that.
I think 8. I believe is what it probably was. Yeah.
All right. And what's that going to cost me? It cost me like 300 or 400 per. I think. Like
that's
that.
correct.
Okay.
That is correct. So 900 gold should do it.
Perfect. All right, and I still have plenty left, which is ridiculous. Okay.
All right.
That's it for me. I'm good.
Tanton, this one is going to require a bit of, and you can. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. If you were. Okay. I'm going to make a sort of pitch for a role-playing moment, and I'm being very careful because I don't want to do it if it's not one that you want to engage in. Okay. But I would like to put you next to someone that you have gone to visit who is grievously ill. Do you know who the person is that I might be thinking of? And I'll give you a hint. Their profession is alchemy. No problem if not. It's just that it's following along a thread that you laid out before.
Yeah. And I do know who you're talking about. And my only hesitation is that now I see why you were like,
Exactly.
I will put it in.
Okay. Yeah.
In
I felt like it was like, this is not something that could have been an email. I was like, I was like, so hey, what about this?
It could have been.
Well, yeah, but
that is not even a word. What the hell did I?
Oh God. My response is
pretty much. That letter is not in that word. What the hell?
Oh no. I really can't wait to see what the word.
Use your fingers. Use your words.
That's part of why I'm wearing the gloves. Is my fingers are so cold I can't feel my fingertips right now. So I keep hitting the wrong keys and not realizing until I look up to see what I've typed, and it's like, the hell?
Oh no!
Is this a Dvorak keyboard? I don't understand what's going on. So. No, there's not an O in that word. Here, okay. That.
Yes. Okay. Yes. We can do that. Actually, that's perfect. So I'll set that up. I'll set that up now. Yes, because this is what you would have heard first. You receive a letter, Tanton. It is a letter that got diverted. It was one of those like, it kept getting forwarded like from mailbox to mailbox. Like it was hard to reach you basically, since you have been a little bit, absent from.
And they couldn't deliver it to his quarters on the Thronehold's Hope. So yeah
exactly. And it is shortly after the events that are laid out that regarded how the use of healing magic created, and Nisiana went through this too, of course, created this negative drain when you were using it, right? And that the more healing that was done, the more this negative magic was created. And so you did eventually figure out a way to solve that problem. But in the meantime, there were a lot of healers who were affected by this. And so you receive a letter that says that there is a person who has asked to see you, and it is dated from shortly after this event. You only receive it about a couple of days after the events that happened in New Seer. And the letter reads, I had heard that you are still doing your work and have done it well. It appears my work is coming to an end, and before it does, I hoped we could speak. Since up to now, you did not know I was still alive. And it is signed Finta Elaine. Now, for those who don't know, Finta Elaine is an alchemist from the House Kenneth, and is quite known to me at Tanton. So, it then basically gives you more or less your directions to the town. Actually, is in a place called Sterngate, which is right to the sort of southwest of New Seer. So basically, this is something where you'd have to take a bit of a, side path on it. But you have your own airship. Like, this is
I was
not.
going to say, I can tell you exactly what he would do.
Okay, then you tell me, because if it's
as soon as he sees that signature, he runs so fast for the door that he slams into it and almost dislocates his shoulder, trying to get it open.
Okay.
And just leaves it open, and it's just gone, heading for the Throne Holds Hope.
Okay.
And he doesn't give a damn who's on board. He climbs up that thing. He immediately throws off every mooring and takes that ship, tells no one, and he is gone.
The crew is kind of like, can we have, like, as you're just sort of like, go, move, do the thing. Right. Okay. So when you arrive in the town of Sterngate, the sort of a city, it's larger than Salvation. You are brought, after several inquiries, you are brought to essentially the medical wing of the hospital there in Sterngate, which is obviously some distance back from the front. Mm-hmm. And when you come in, you see Finta Elaine. Do you want to describe what Finta Elaine looked like to you in the past?
In the past, yeah, because it's been a while.
Exactly.
When last he saw her, it was probably a week and a half before the morning happened. And no, excuse me, he didn't see her at that point. The last time he saw her was in Seer, because they were both artificers. Mm-hmm. She was going to be an alchemist. He was going to be a smith. And so alchemists go to Fairhaven in Onder to do their study. Yep. And he went to Sharn, where the smiths go. So that day that they split and went to their different things to study, that was the last time he saw her. And they were both considerably younger. So she was probably 20 or so. She had kind of strawberry blonde hair with just a little bit of curl to it. Not necessarily pale. There are parts of her face that are pale, and so she has to be careful when she's in the sun, because she'll rosy up a little more than she wants to. Mm-hmm. But she's the one part about her appearance that she doesn't really care about that much is if she has dirt under her fingernails, because she loves to garden. She loves to grow the plants that she works with as an alchemist. Yeah. And so her hands being dirty just is her proof that she's good at what she does. And the other proof is the fact that her potions are amazing. Yeah, so she's probably maybe 5'8", which is a little bit shorter than he is. She's considerably thinner than he is, because he's my weight, so he's 260. She's probably about maybe 125. She's svelte, definitely. and she usually has fairly comfortable clothing, like one would wear if one is working in the garden a lot. And then she often had an apron that she would wear, very, very light, supple leather apron that brush, almost like not felt, suede, almost like suede. Just it's very, very soft to the touch, but it brushes off dirt very easily.
So, and that description gives you a sense of as you're able to sort of describe it, and people immediately kind of know who you're referring to.
It takes a few times because he's just like,
yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. Well, they're kind of like, and there's also like some people are sort of taken aback. There's a few people who are kind of like, sir, you can't just come in here. And then a couple of people are sort of like, because I have to let the King's Citadel in general know. Jokes aside about the secret organization previous to this, you are no longer secret within the land of Rayland. The secrecy is gone at this point because your heroism in stopping multiple wars and effects and everything else. Yeah, you've officially sort of entered the top side of these scenarios. So
great, now we're heroes.
Yep. And so when they fight, so a couple people like. You have like the overzealous security guard, right? Who's just kind of like, you can't do, and there's someone like basically like, tears him a new one. Like this, did you know who this is? Blah, blah, blah. And so you are brought in to see Finta. And Finta is lying back on the bed when you come in. The first thing you notice is that there are several plants that are by her bedside. But the flowers on both of them are wilted. Very unusual, obviously, for her. The strawberry hair that you noted is now white. And the curl is still there. But her face is drawn and pale. And when you come in, there are several, what you would guess to be maybe clerics, actually halflings, maybe remind you a little bit of Nisiana, and one of them may be from the House Tarasco, but the other just seems to be a halfling healer from somewhere else, possibly just local to Sterngate, that is sort of looking over her. And when they see you come in, they sort of like, kind of first they're like, wait, what? And then the person who basically told the guard to go jump in a lake brings them in and kind of whispers, oh, this person is a attendant of your house, Canon. And they say, oh. And the one comes to you and sort of bows and says, it's an honor. I won't, of course, keep you from speaking to her, but her energy is low. Please take that into account when you speak to
her. He was, of course, he was in the middle of working on stuff, so he's not filthy,
yeah,
but he is, disheveled, okay. Definitely. Okay. Not to mention the flying the ship over here that fast. But there are a few clean spots on his face where the tears have just been pouring down his face, and so he doesn't dismiss what she's saying, but he is so focused on what's going on that he just kind of, he doesn't bowl past her, but it's real close. It's kind of a calf, sort of thing. Meh. Meh. But yeah, he basically just kind of moves past her and just grabs her hand and is just, he is kind of trying to talk, but he can't get the words to come out. He keeps choking on them. But he's just staring at her.
And so her eyes, which brown eyes?
Hazel. I meant to mention that. But
okay, yeah. That's okay. Hazel eyes.
No, you're right. They are brown. His are hazel.
Let's go. Just wanted you all to note. Who remembered the eye color? Ira. Okay, anyway. So her brown eyes kind of open slowly, and she looks over, and this smile just slowly spreads over her face. And Tanton, you came.
And it's just blubber. No coherent words at all.
And
there are apologies peppered in here.
No. You've spent too much of your time, too much of your life being sorry about me. I wanted to see you. I heard about you. I couldn't believe it. I thought you were gone, and now you're a hero. There was healing, potions, I got tired. I'm very tired. And you can see that if she was 125, she's probably closer to like 90 now.
I was going to say 90, 85, yeah.
And she says, are you going with the invasion, the force, the fight, the threat?
Yes.
Are you going to be all right when you go?
And he just looks her over one more time, and he just, again, the tears just start anime fountain arcing out of his face. And while he says, he doesn't say sure, but he says, but there is no commitment behind it. There's just, she has known him long enough and can read him well enough to know that means that depends on how long you last.
And she sort of smiles and she says, you always answered my questions with another question, even if you don't say it. And her eyes sort of like close and then open again, and to get very intense. I can't last here if you can't promise me that you'll be here when this thing is done. I can't last if you don't tell me and mean it that you'll help people, but most of all, you'll help yourself. For once, Dad. For once.
Anybody standing behind him?
They left the room. They are They are not. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like if the door is open. Or
well,
something.
the door's open, yes, sure. But
like
there's nobody like
walking
staring
by.
at you, like wait.
Right. Well, I mean, he's holding one of her. Well, as she's talking, one of his hands, you know, he keeps hold with one hand, but his other hand kind of slips down, not quite behind him, but close to behind him, and one of his arcane jolts start crackling between his fingers as he is, and she can read the calculating look in his eyes that he's measuring something, and it's like he's debating whether or not he thinks arcane jolt will actually heal her right now, or if it'll kill her. And he just slowly, and it fades out. And he brings his hand back up. And there might be just a little bit of a static, when he grabs hold, but he's like, until today, I was convinced I had sent you to your death. And now I find you're here. More than anything, now, I absolutely have a reason to come back from this. A friend of mine, a healer friend of mine, would tell me right now that all things serve Eberron. One way or another, I will be here.
So she kind of like holds your gaze steadily, and then she sort of looks over to her right, and she reaches for one of the wilted flower and one of the wilted plants, and picks it up, and you can see that it is a the equivalent of what might seem like a rose, except that it's clearly been manipulated in its color. It looks like a sort of almost blue, almost turquoise rose. And there are a few petals remaining on it. And she hands it to you, and she says, I made this a long time ago. I helped grow this, thinking about you, and she sort of says, look below the petals. And if you look, if you do that, I don't know if you do that.
He does.
Below the petals on the stem is what looks essentially like a series of metal thorns. She said, I thought it was appropriate art of the two of us, what I do and what you do. I think that there's a way to save this. Make the metal that we've made and the flower that Eberron did work together. I want you to take it with you. It's us, you know. Here. This.
And he very, very, very delicately takes it from her. And he probably has a small box with him that he can put it into and tuck it away.
And she smiles again and she says, then I'll look over, and when I see it's not there, I'll know it's because it's with you. And she kind of slumps back, clearly not dead, but just,
right.
Sort of, and
exhausted, yeah.
Exhausted, and you can see like sweat, just, and the person who was sort of one of the halfling healers comes in and says, that's probably all she can handle. Sir, while you're gone, we'll do everything we can. Do you have any instructions for us with her?
And it's almost like he doesn't even know she's there, talking to him. I mean, he kind of does this kind of half nod acknowledgement, but he never really takes his eyes off of Finta. And he just sort of mutters, kind of half over his shoulder, "Just do your best."
We will.
And before he leaves, he leans over and he kisses her.
Her
And
lips.
he whispers,
Oh, sorry.
and he whispers, "I love you."
Her lips are cold, but not dead. And as Tantin heads back, I assume, to the Throne's Hold, etc., that's a good place to take our break. Y'all didn't know we were going to be bringing the RP today, did you? You are watching the wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew. But there's a lot being set up for what is about to happen. So stakes have been raised. But you're watching the wonderful crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, and John Helfers. When we get back in about 10:14, so 10:20. When we get back at 10:20, we will be on for about another 40 minutes as we meet with the armies. And not the Helm's Deep ones, but the ones that are the Eberron ones.
Does
Gonna
that
gather
include
together.
the Eagles?
Yes. But we're going to do all of that. In the meantime, please hold tight. Stay tight with all of us. And thank you all for being here. We will be back in just about 5 minutes. Back in a minute. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome all. We will be with you for about another half hour, but welcome back to what has been a little bit more emotional than perhaps we originally thought might be the case, but this was important. I've really enjoyed playing with this group of players, but there are times where we have to be able to slow down and let the RP skill come through because there's been a lot going on in a very wide-ranging campaign, so I wanted to give some time to do that. You thought I was going to say dance party. Yes, that's right. So we are back with Infinity and Beyond. All right. Just before we move on to the sort of the meeting, the assembly of the minds, as it were, the military minds, Nisiana you wanted to take care of something before we do that, yes?
I wanted to have some sort of, somebody has any sort of magic mirror or something that I could talk to my Baron instead of in messages. Because if I have to spend an entire RP session trying to do 25 words at a time,
I know that. That'd be really funny. Like, wait, this is the most uninteresting of all time kind of session.
Yeah.
So you are able to talk to the Baron. The way to describe this, I think, is obviously you need to tell me what you want to say, but in terms of what the Baron conveys back to you, the Baron is, first of all, horrified at the fate of Derez Durasco, the actual real Derez Durasco, not the fake one, and has basically ordered a full-scale investigation of the house, because the sense is like something is wildly off with the communication system if something like this is going on the way it is. And also, apparently, although you don't know a lot of the details of this, apparently has decided to also enlist the House of Shadow to be able to sort of seek out things, although that's obviously kind of top secret, more or less, about what's going on with your own house. So there's that concern. The other thing is has made clear to you that House Durasco is going to have to provide whatever healing is necessary in this battle to come. Like, the sense is that this is an existential threat.
And I mean, one of her requests is to make sure there's at least a small contingent to support Mother Johanna in salvation. That is a very specific request. And basically, when she sees Alarian wearing the Silver Flame medallion, she just sort of, all things serve Eberron, even the Silver Flame, and keeps going. Though, with this conversation, her sister's basically off screen, but connected in mentally.
Okay.
Because one, she is so King Citadel. Two, something is wrong within House Durasco. And I need her outside eyes to kind of, if I need advice, I need her there. And I don't tell the Baron this. She's just off screen.
Okay.
It's just a point of order where Nisiana has grown, and what she has learned from her shadow, and what she has learned from various people. But she reports. She asks for aid specifically to salvation and Mother Johanna, and asks, is there anything very specific that she needs me to do while we're, I don't know, fighting the Emerald Claw and the Lord of Blades?
The thing that the Baron explains is, the way the Baron puts it to you is that whatever comes out of the war, against the Lord of Blades on this side, there's going to need to be House Durasco, you get the impression, has got a fair bit riding on your performance here, because you are at the moment the most prominent member of House Durasco in Breland. And if there is going to be an assertion of the sort of the agency, the authority of House Durasco, its ability to charge, the money that it needs to make up its debts, the ability to be able to, all those sorts of things, it's going to need to be able to see, it comes across in a way that demonstrates its competence and its, frankly, indispensability. And so that's a big thing, is that she wants you to be indispensable in the work ahead.
Wow. Okay, how am I going to respond to that? Because Mary May, you can tell she's got this kind of, what the fuck do you think I've been doing this whole entire goddamn time?
Just to be clear, by the way, she's definitely not claiming that you haven't done the job so far. I hope that didn't come across. Just
okay,
so you know.
because she's just like,
No, not at all.
what?
Look, you dilettante.
No, but you get the impression. No, you get the impression that she's under a lot of pressure, though.
Well,
and that makes two of you, right?
and also it's very much of the, if we do not succeed, if I do not succeed in this, neither of us will have to worry about House Droska's reputation or coffers ever again. That is simply the fact of the matter.
She also says that she will let you know if it turns out that there is other information that might be needed about House members or things like that. Basically, that she'll update you on the investigation to a degree.
That will be appreciated. And basically, unless she specifically needs me for something, I'm probably not going to contact her again until this war is done.
Okay.
So.
Are you telling me that you're muting the Baron? I just want to make sure that I'm.
No, I'm not muting the Baron. It's
Block.
I have.
Yeah.
As much as so it's been Eberron, my house, King Citadel. Right now it's Eberron, save the fucking world, my house.
Yeah, sure. Sounds about right.
That's basically where we are.
Yeah.
She's grown up a lot in the last, what, six months?
Yeah, a little more, but it's 6 to 8 months, probably.
And she's
more than a year, but yeah.
Well, overall, the whole thing was more than a year for sure. Yeah.
Well, over the last year with this group and everything she has seen, she has grown beyond her years, and she is just like, okay, well, if you need something, let me know. Otherwise, I will not be in contact unless there is something vital that I would request from House Droska, because this is going to be bad.
The Baron also tells you that she's going to do everything she can to kind of clear the channels if needed. Like, your messages are going to take priority, although she says that you basically get the impression that there are, like, healers have gone out, like, there are many healers that are embedded with military divisions, and, like, they're sort of fanning out, expecting, casualties. So
I mean, if this war goes the way we think, I mean, her reputation nor coffers will be in need of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not necessarily a good thing. I have seen the Lord of Blades with my own eyes. It was not a pleasant thing. However, we will do what we need to do. And then, I mean, I know I owe her for what happened with her daughter, but at this point, if I don't survive this coming war, I don't have to worry about it.
Exactly.
When this coming war ends, I will go and mea culpa to her about everything with that.
Yeah.
By the way, sorry.
No, if she
Save
had been
the
upfront
continent.
if she had been upfront from the beginning, we would have done a lot more to save her daughter. But she hamstrung me. It was partially her fault. However, that's not that important right now.
Yeah.
Right now, we have to save the planet from the Lord of Blades and the Emerald Claw. And she has her marching orders on basically clearing house because something has gone terribly, terribly wrong within our house.
It does tend to focus the mind, it seems.
Yes. And if I don't survive this, I will go home. I know where my soul is going. I don't want to go there yet. If I survive, we'll deal with the house and what I owe her and making Rowan Shallow's life hell. inadvertently. You know, he did make a promise to make it so that I'd stop being afraid of things. So this should be really fun, actually.
Rowan did in fact do that. Terrible decision on his part, but still.
It's done.
I was going to say,
is
not
young.
the first, you know. Okay. So, question about a couple of legacy events here. Do we have the legacy event Divine Vigilance?
Hold on.
Yeah, gotta get over there.
Divine Vigilance. Yes, we
thought
do.
so.
Yep.
Convince the Keeper of
Yep.
the Flame to sue for peace.
Yep, and you also have the divine. You also have the Divine Vigilance stuff. You also have the legacy event of Prince's Favor, right?
We
Yeah.
do.
Which is from the final tribute that we had the last time. Okay,
Yep.
Yes.
good to know. Wanted to make sure. Also, one note about hero points. I think we were already doing this, but just to be sure, we started out it was a 1d4, but it's been 1d6. I'm just making sure that we're all clear that that is the case.
It's always been 1d6.
I thought so too.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
1d8?
always had 1d6.
It was 1d6. Oh, it was always 1d6. Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
1d4 at the very beginning. Okay, that's
Are we
fine.
getting a promotion to 1d8?
It's not. It's not. No, sorry.
Yeah,
Cannot
it
do
has
so.
always been 1d6.
But it is possible to get more than one hero point, depending on how you do. So we shall see. Okay. So 2 weeks ago, the vast armies of the 5 nations advanced through the mists into the cursed battlefields of the Mournland. And I should be clear that this is, and I mentioned before, I just don't want to keep emphasizing, it's like you already said that. I really need to emphasize the idea from all of you who are all, of course, plenty old enough to remember the last war, the idea that the armies, the 5 armies would come together in this way is rather staggering. It's stunning, especially because a lot of them are using some of the same troops that were used even during the last war, which means you're pretty sure that there are some undead troops from Karnath. You're pretty sure that there are other creatures being used in the different armies for different reasons, and of course Brayland is well represented too. And yet all the armies have come together. And tonight in the ruins west of the Glass Plateau, not quite to the ruins that you see, in fact, let me pop up the map here quickly. Not quite to the Field of Ruins, but it's close, like basically close to that. Your forward scouts have brought news that an enemy force has been sighted ahead, and it is, unfortunately, larger and closer than anyone expected. It seems that if the intention was to strike fast, it happened none too soon, and in fact might have been too late, we'll see. But it definitely is, the force is already enormous. And as the battle draws near, you have had the chance to patrol the Allied encampment, which is this seemingly never-ending parade of tents and wagons and officers and enlisted personnel and military equipment. And there is this, and this is going to have an important mechanical effect too, strange silvery mist swirling over the dark landscape which surrounds the camp. Very thick and difficult to see through, and very strange. You'll be stunned to hear that the Grey does weird things, and is doing weird things here also.
This is the first I've ever heard of that.
I mean,
sir.
like, I always thought the Grey was a nice place. Yeah.
Does dark
favorite
vision
colors.
does dark vision work through it or not?
Is dark vision does actually. Let me describe that mist quickly, because I do have a mechanical thing for that. Find me the mist. There we go. Let's see. So the effect of the mist, I can't tell you the direct effects yet until you're right on top of it, like right inside it. But I can tell you that dark vision is not going to work through it. In fact, pretty good guess that magic in general is going to struggle, but to see through it. But we'll talk about that when we get there.
Okay.
A warforged clad in purple robes
You're
approaches
muted,
you.
Brandon.
Say again.
I said Brandon is muted.
Oh.
You
No,
said
I wasn't saying anything of note.
Oh,
Okay. A warforged clad in purple robes approaches you and says, "I am Paige. Follow me. The generals are expecting you." The warforged beckons for you to enter a nearby tent, sporting the flags of the 5 nations, flittering in the breeze, as far as you out know, together for the first time. Never seen that before. Okay. Inside the command tent, there is a long table which bears a map of the battlefield, and there are carved platinum figures representing known forces. The military leaders standing around it are embroiled in a deep discussion regarding the coming conflict. A strikingly beautiful human woman in long robes, who, by the way, seems familiar, I'll come back to this, stands near the table watching the assembly with stern, guarded eyes. The generals break their animated chatter as an elderly dragonborn officer addresses you in a loud voice. Oh, hi, you've arrived. Oh, good. Take a seat, please, and let's get started. No spells, please. We don't permit it. As you were all sort of like gathered around, the strikingly beautiful human woman comes over and says, "It is good to see you again. This is Narcy of Xandrar, and you may remember that Narcy of Xandrar was the mage who helped you during the plummet from the tower when you went to deal with all this, and that's who. This is Narcy, and the Dragonborn that is addressed you is a highly respected person. That sorry, Rowan, what's up?
Just to be sure, Rowan wasn't there when that happened, right?
I will whisper to her, be like, "Oh, she helped us when we fell from the
We've
citadel
got
or
the
something."
mind link.
Yeah, you would have been you would have been there for that, right, Rowan? I think you were there by that time.
No.
No, yeah, nope.
Did
I don't remember
on the magic citadel.
Maybe
Nope.
it was
You
right
fought
after that
6,000
you
feet.
joined. Maybe it was right after that then. Okay. It had to be
Okay.
near that time. But okay. So then, yes, you don't know, but definitely Tanta Mermaid, Larry, and Nisiana would know. So yes, then just this strikingly like impressive person that is sort of talking to them. The person that you saw, the Dragonborn who spoke to you, his name is Balthazar Erdranats. And Balthazar Erdranats is the Brailish Minister of War. Essentially like the Secretary of Defense, if the Secretary of Defense in America was competent and not deserving to be in jail. I mean, did I say that out loud? Anyway.
Loud enough.
I don't know. But anyway, so he has copper scales that now have sort of gray-green edges signifying age. He wears long robes decorated with intricate designs. He is one of the most decorated military figures in Brailish history. In fact, Merime, he was kind of a legend when you served with them, and is highly respected. But he's a little bit in the, oh gosh, what would I compare him to? Okay, who's the guy, played by Mickey, what's his face, in Rocky? You know, his trainer is a little
Mickey
bit like Mickey Rourke. That's right, thank you. I kept thinking Mickey Rooney. I'm like, it's not Mickey Rooney. Mickey
No,
Rourke, that'd be totally different. Mickey Rourke. He's got a little bit of that vibe in the sense that like he's forgotten more than anyone will ever know, right, about military tactics or whatever. He's maybe a little hard of hearing, you know, but is extremely proud and certainly has knowledge beyond what you might expect.
You're a bum.
You know, exactly. Get out there and catch that chicken. So, in addition to this, around the table, we have there as well General Amato Corelius. And General Amato Corelius is a captain in the Syrian army. This person is here because he was sent directly by... Oh, it was... Well, Mickey
Burgess
Rourke...
Meredith.
It was Burgess Meredith?
I was
But
like, Mickey Rourke?
No, it
Not
wasn't.
Mickey Rourke. Mickey Rourke was like 20 when Rocky was around.
I guess
No,
that's true.
Burgess
Burgess
Meredith.
But Mickey Rourke...
Yes.
Mickey Rourke...
Sorry, I thought that was the character.
He played
Yeah.
Mickey Goldmill. Was the
Oh, he played
character.
Mickey... That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my bad.
yeah.
My bad.
Sorry,
This
I'm like,
might be-
I'm sorry, I cannot let that stand.
But I think Mickey Rourke was in 9.5 weeks.
That's...
So,
That... Okay, true.
okay. So
That's right, true. And was also in the movie with Lisa Bonet that I already forgot.
yeah.
Angel Heart.
Angel Heart, that's right. Yeah.
All right, we are getting way
Anyway,
off.
we're getting way off the target. Yeah, sorry. It's Burgess Meredith, who played the Penguin and played, you know, Mickey in the Rocky. That's what matters.
That's
yeah.
right. That's right.
Okay, yeah, we're thinking of the character's name. Our bad. Okay, so so General Corelius from Nusir, who again has been sent, thanks to your work, Prince Orgev, has sent this army, and has assembled, basically, you get the impression, has assembled like every one of his guards, and his guards are decent. There just weren't many of them. but assembled as many of them as he could basically put together to come to actually serve this. And Armado, you later discover, is a person who was a captain in the Syrian army when the day of mourning tore his nation apart. And so when he sees you, he nods and he says, we've heard much about you. My forces are ready to strike on the signal, and you'll find they have much to fight for here. Standing next to him is a Brailish general. He is an ogre, and his name is General Cord Colligan. He is got a tightly pressed Brailish military uniform. He is like dressed up to the nines. And as he sees you, he has a pipe, by the way, which he puffs at, and then says, "It's unfair to say this, but victory today hinges upon you taking necessary risks. We hope you can guide our armies by example. You've certainly set a perfect one so far. We shall fight them on the beaches." No, he's got a little bit of
yes, Colonel Montgomery.
he's got a little Churchill in him too, probably. So
you describing the uniform, I imagine it was ironed while it was on him.
Yes, exactly right. And the other person who is there is an elf whose name is General Zulkara Smitrati. And
Fire! Sorry.
He loses it, and immediately the war's lost. Thanks, Tanton, and good night. No. But yes, in fact, General Zulkara Smitrati is from Thrain. And was sent because of the peace movement, or the peace process that has been underway, has been sent by Thrain to try to help this defense. So you have an army from Thrain, directly due to your effect, an army from Nusir, directly due to your effect, and then the armies of Brayland. And of course, all of you functioning as an army as well.
I like to think the army from Brayland was our effect too, to be quite honest.
Well, I mean, probably. I mean, like, yeah, you have a pretty big say in all this. One thing to note, by the way, in the command tent is that the minute you walk inside it, your mental link is broken. You get the impression that this tent is warded by like every conceivable anti-magic, anti-scrying, anti right thing that you could think of. It is extraordinarily high-level magic, and probably was ritual casted, and probably not by just one person. Yes, Tanton,
Okay,
you had
so in the background, I was giving
Rowan
a running commentary on falling 6,000 feet, rescuing a bunch of students, hitting the ground, meeting Eberron, just basically doing that. And the last thing I said to him before everything cut off was, even Ilarion had downtime. It disturbed him.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone else can notice when that happens that quietly Rowan's eyes just opening, widening fear. I'm like, yeah, that sounds unpleasant. Why do you all do this kind of job again?
Weren't you there though? Because wasn't it when Ilarion got made small because of your chaos magic?
No.
No, yeah, I wasn't here. This soul student business,
That was a
news
different
to
fall.
me.
Yeah.
There were too many
Yeah,
falls in this
yeah,
game.
Yeah, we've fallen a lot.
Oh,
But
should've
that
taken the
was
fly
more
spell.
than this.
too much.
Jesus.
Too much.
Yeah.
You're gonna say Trin or Tanton?
Yeah, I was going to say, this means that as soon as we walk in there, and you guys have now seen Spanner, because he's long since completed, like a week and a half ago.
Oh yeah, I need to put Spanner back on the map.
Right. He has had, he's been reassembled, but he has also had several scales from that dragon incorporated into his structure. So
Nice.
he has a higher.
Those spots are immune to acid damage, but only those spots. That's it. Nothing
That's
else.
possible. No. But what this means is that as soon as we walk in there, he just drops, deactivates.
He falls over.
immediately.
And there's sort of like when that happens.
And Rowan's gun, his arm.
Right, yeah, my arm falls off, yeah.
But it doesn't fall off. It just goes in.
They're all like, if it isn't the assembled heroes of Brayland. No, we did.
I collapsed into my cantonment peaches. God damn it.
Yes, I didn't mean to.
At least I can still actually draw my gun. It just... So yeah, fun. Grand.
Okay. All right, good. I just want to make sure I got. Wait. Why is it there?
What?
Sorry, for some reason I have I have like a health bar on top of them, and I don't know why.
Poor Spanner. He's just having the
Wow.
worst time.
Can't catch a break.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
I know he doesn't care, but
Although
I
now
care.
that means that Arf has just learned that that's a thing that he can do when he's checking our HP. But yes.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I'll have to worry about that later. Anyway, so when that falls over, there's kind of this general, like, everyone's sort of looking in that direction.
The large thud of the dead dog.
Exactly. And
Nisiana gets a little gasp.
and let's see, there is one who says a very tall figure, in fact 7 feet tall, so actually I think even maybe I guess not quite as tall as you, Ilarion, because of the floating, but definitely, like, up there. An extremely tall, somewhat thin bugbear. There's a strange smell coming from this creature too. He reeks of a mix of garlic, wet earth, and rose petals, is basically what this seems like. And he proudly wears the symbol of the Blood of Vol alongside his Karnathi military badges. This is the general from Karnath. Which may explain a little bit about the garlic, because when he sees you, he sort of he sees the thing fall over, and he kind of frowns a bit, and he says, "Is that dog going to be all right?"
Be fine.
And he sort of nods. He says, "All right. Want to make sure that doesn't happen on the battlefield, I suppose." And sort of looking next to, or standing next to General Jarna, is this person I mentioned, Zokara Smitrati. So she is adorned in glossy black armor, which is actually almost glittering in the torchlight inside, the lantern light, inside the tent. And she has, hanging at her belt, a barbed, flanged mace. But her face is smiling. And when you come in, when she hears General Jarna, she says, "If you know anything about their reputation, Jarna, you'll know that we can trust them. And besides," and she catches sight of Ilarion, she says, "Besides, some of them have decided to support what they must." And she points at the necklace around Ilarion's neck and bows.
One of the two.
Say again?
One of the two necklaces. He's like a pimp right now.
But we gotta figure that. I have too many magic items.
We gotta talk about that. Okay.
Yeah,
but in the regardless, though, certainly
yes.
whether it's mechanical or not, the flavor of it is there. And she she kind of bows a little bit to you and says, "The Church of the Silver Flame and Thrain are with you."
We appreciate your support.
I don't say that thing aloud, but I think it awfully loud.
The final one that I want to mention, besides all these people that I've talked about so far, is from Onder. Is clearly an elf. She is wearing sort of red and green robes. And when she sees you, she also inclines her head. And she says, "Your presence is not only known to us, but deeply welcome. With you with us, the morale of our troops should increase considerably. An honor. I am General Etherin Ifulkir." So basically, you've got the top military officials from each army, both arcane and otherwise, along with Narsi, who I previously mentioned as well. And I should also note that Hilar is with you in this tent too. So when you've all arrived and everyone's had a chance to sort of introduce themselves, Lord Balthazar, and I want you very much to think, I actually came up with a better comp, which is neither Burgess Meredith nor Mickey Rourke. This dude is according to the plans from Princess Leia, it's that dude, right? It's that guy. That's who he is. And he says, "We have very little time to work, and we must do what we can here. The Lord of Blades awaits us. According to our scouts, he has assembled a titanic force of Warforged loyalists and soldiers, and more continue to come every day. Somehow he is creating these things somewhere, and that means we have an immediate problem and a long-term one. The enemy far outnumbers us, but their metal remains untested. And General Colligan says, "That's right. And when they've been tested, we'll make sure they fail." Puff, puff. On the pipe. This, and he points down at the map. This is a ruined structure that we call the Broken Tower. It is in the Field of Ruins, where many towers collapsed on the day of mourning. It clearly holds some strategic importance for the Lord of Blades, but we've been so far unable to discern why, and our scouts have not been able to get close enough. Risking their lives is useless. First of all, we need the information they can provide us, and they haven't been able to provide us more than that. The Field of Ruins itself is largely unexplored since the day of mourning. It's strewn with derelict structures. Presumably the Lord of Blades thinks that this will be a good spot with which to meet our forces. So now we can take that advantage from him. And General Colligan says, sorry, not General Colligan, General Corellius says, "We'll be ready when that happens. It doesn't matter how large the force is, but rather what you do with it." And he kind of, nods at the assembly. Lord Balthazar continues, "The problem beyond that, though, is this blasted fog of war. There's this silvery, mystical mist, magical mist you've seen probably outside. Covers the terrain for miles around. And according to our scout, its vapors interfere with certain types of magic. It's hindered divination spells, and it's made teleporting even from our highest level mages almost impossible. Line of sight only, and not far. The mist has prevented us from dropping teams of wizards and artificers behind enemy lines to wreak havoc. That means that we won't be able to do what we had hoped, to be able to send them and then in a pincer movement crush them between the airships and our land forces. Instead, we'll have to do things the old-fashioned way, as they might say." And there is a pause. And then General Jarna says, "In other words, you want us to go have some kind of suicide mission. I don't much relish the idea of sending my people straight into a mist where they can't see where they're going." And Balthazar says, "I agree, but I can see no alternative, unless you think of one." And General Jarna says, "I could think of many, but I've been overruled." And he kind of folds his arms. You get the sense that despite the fact the five nations are fighting together, not all is great in paradise, right?
There's still egos involved.
Yeah, and like old habits die hard too. There's a little bit of that.
I clear my throat.
Yeah, and they sort of turn, and Hilar says, "Generals, this is Rowan Shallow, the newest member, and one of the most significant ones that we have in the King's Citadel, being able to cause problems for the enemy, you might say." And everyone sort of nods at you and falls to a respectful silence, Rowan.
I'm quickly getting the impression that some of you are primarily concerned with your status as leaders in your respective homes and not the ultimate value of whether you're going to have a home after tonight.
Or a life.
And a few of the generals sort of, look. You would say that General Smitrati sort of looks sort of smug in the sense of, like, has that same smile. Not smug towards you, smug towards the other generals. Like, told you. Like, basically, like, like Rowan speaks the truth type of stuff. You get the impression... Actually, make an insight check for me, Rowan. We haven't had any rolls today. Let's make an insight check for me, please.
Can I make an insight check too? I am
Sure.
an investigator.
Why not?
It is one of my talents.
My insight is actually quite strong. Let's see if this goes well.
It did.
Oh,
It didn't for me. I was too busy grandstanding.
You're like, let me check it
I
out.
do get this at advantage, so I got a 30.
You got a 30?
Yep.
Okay. What I can tell you then, Nisiana, yeah, Rowan, you're not sure. They all, like I said, there's definitely tension there. But what you notice, Nisiana, is that the Ondarian general, the General Etherin, who is the high elf from Ondare, who is the most courteous, seems the most kind of receptive to Rowan's comments. I already mentioned what General Smitrati had to say. General Jarna folds his arms and looks like not particularly impressed. Cord Colligan, you notice, sort of gives a tight smile and then stares directly at Jaran, sorry, Jarna, I'll get that right. So basically, just as like Rowan says this thing about your leaders in your own homes, and Cord is like, you know, like looking directly at him, and so on. Mixed results, probably, Nisiana, with Rowan's words, but no one is like pissed. It's more that they're like, you know, like this is picking up on the vibe they've been laying down.
So Nisiana is at that point where she's just like, I've had a lot of, I'm up to my, she takes a half step forward, which means that kind of puts her probably next to Alarian. And she says, as the smallest among us, do you have a request for our group, or are you asking for advice from our group?
And Lord Balthazar says, in fact, we do. I'm glad that you asked. We have asked Hilar Brassal to bring forth the item that we think will be able to help us. And he nods, and Hilar basically opens the tent flaps and brings in the Oracle of War. Now, the Oracle of War, of course, is a item which you're all afraid of, but, and I will allow, what I will say is, Hilar is going to insist that the Oracles be brought, and the reason is that the Oracle itself, they view as one of the only advantages they'll be able to get, and it's not going to bring any more heat from the Lord of Blades than it already has. Like, the Lord of Blades is already coming towards them. The Oracle also is being brought within this shielded, blocked, whatever tent, which hopefully will assist regardless. Now, that said, you may feel free to have registered your objections, and normally Hilar would listen to them and will listen to them again here, but he will not be able to stop the Oracle from being assembled. I guess unless you were all like, we would rather die than bring the Oracle to the tent, which I kind of got the impression you would not do. But I'm happy to take,
more of the effect of,
I'm
since
disappointed.
we're not aware that this would cut off our link to talk to each other.
Right.
I would rather we have a step out, have a quick confab before this actually happens.
They're not going to allow that, Nisiana. They're not going to allow that. And it's not to block you from doing the RP. They are very focused, right? I shouldn't say that way. I guess you could, but you're afraid that they're going to exactly.
Can we huddle then?
You could definitely huddle. Yeah. That also works both ways. They're not surveying you. So like you could definitely huddle, yes. And like they can do that while Hilar brings in the Oracle and they kind of marvel at it, right? So go ahead.
I mean, unless Nisiana grabs her like Merime would walk forward.
She trusts her sister.
And I'd look to the Oracle and I'd look to Hilar like, seriously, dude? And then I'd be like, you know that the Oracle will only be able to feed information useful depending on what you feed it. And you've just said that your scouts have been failing to bring you useful information. So whatever you feed this thing, it's going to give you information that's less than accurate and probably get more people killed.
And there's a pause, and then Balthazar says, we're aware of the limitations of where we are. And that's precisely why we need the Oracle.
You're also aware of the obvious risk of asking a devil's claw a question in the first place?
And Balthazar, so there's mixed reactions to this. General Jarna seems very upset about the idea of using anything like this devil box, as you sort of described it. Smitrati seems, the one from Thrain, seems kind of unsure about the whole business. The one from New Seer, Amato Corellia, seems curious, as does probably Cord Colligan, the Brailish general. And Balthazar himself is sort of like, sort of rubbing his chin thoughtfully, but also seems to be very much like, well, the Empire doesn't believe. I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep thinking of that guy as I do that. But he seems very much like that they've been discussing things and they're sort of running out of ideas of what to do if not sort of inquire with this thing. Narcy, meanwhile, has had her arms folded and is sort of like looking very intently at the Oracle of War, and then is sort of again also almost rubbing her chin, but sort of like kind of very, because there's all this thing has become practically legendary now, based upon nobody actually seeing it for the most part, but hearing about what it can do.
Like, two things come to my mind. You just said that divination magic did not work well through these gray mist, silvery fog, and this probably relies on divination magic, and also it has betrayed us before, not intentionally, I assume, but it might shoot out our location to the enemy. It might engage another protocol we're not aware of. Do we want to put our faith into something that we don't quite understand yet, into something that might go rogue on us at this particular juncture?
And the Lord Balthazar says, your questions and concerns are legitimate. We also had some of these same worries. It's one of the reasons that we have things here, inside this tent. The divination concern is an issue, but from everything we've heard about the Oracle of War, its magic is able to pierce even these sorts of layers of protection. And the truth is that if we don't do this, we're sending our troops in absolutely blind. We can't have a situation where we only see 40 feet in front of us.
Nisiana turns back to the group.
Yeah.
She literally puts her back to the group. She looks at Mia Tanton, and she looks at Ilarion. She says, as a tactician and one of the ones who knows the most about this, what are your two thoughts? She just basically turns her back. She is trusting her group. Ilarion, use it or not.
If there's ever a time to use the Oracle to achieve victory, which is what we need, nothing less will do. That time has come.
Okay. Mia Tanton.
Regardless of its possible side effects.
Now, we are within the wall of the gray, right?
Yes, you are within the wall of the gray and within the tent within the wall.
Okay, so that means we did not bring the airship all the way to this tent because we would not have flown it through that wall.
That is right. You've been in land forces since then.
Okay, so that means we would have known that the Oracle was being brought.
That is correct, and that's why I wanted to give you a chance to voice objections, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Also, one other thing too, by the way, I do want to note that they weren't just like, here, Paige, Squire, take this. Like, they basically had it in your purview and Halar, like you and Halar together. So I just do want to note that.
I'm up at that point where I am not necessarily against this thing. I just know how much damage it has done already. So I'm looking to the people who are tactical and then the artificer.
One other point of clarification. Your concern earlier was that, as you put it, you can't fight a war without being able to see 40 feet in front of you.
It makes it harder.
Have you ever considered seeing 400 feet in front of you? By which I mean, we know that we're going to be approaching the Glass Plateau for most of this conflict. Had it never occurred to anyone to control as much of the outer territory of the Mournland as possible, specifically to see whether anyone was approaching our direction in the first place? Surely, at least one of these nations is good at guerrilla warfare enough to have had some small platoons at the eastern edge, specifically to make sure whether the Lord of Blades was approaching us in the first place. Information that we could have valued knowing before even putting up this tent, let alone worrying to ask questions of the Oracle. I'm not saying that what you are considering is not useful. If it provides us valuable information, more power to all of us. But if your concern primarily was being left without resources, the most powerful resources we still have are manpower, time, and attention.
And
A bugbear, not a gorilla. Sorry, go ahead.
and Jarna says, we have taken every possible military person we could find, even some that maybe aren't military, to assemble this army. And even as it is, we're outnumbered by the Lord of Blades, probably 3 to 4 to 1. We don't have troops to be able to put along the eastern edge. We did send scouts and guerrilla forces forward. I sent one of my small garrisons forward, and I've heard nothing from them for days. My best guess is that they didn't make it, like most of the ones who go into this cursed place. That's one of the reasons that the Oracle of War seemed like the only best choice, even though, he kind of grunts, I don't like giving myself up to this thing. But it's better than losing people, day after day, second after second almost, to this thing outside. And he kind of gestures generally in the direction of the exit of the tent where the gray, is swirling around you as you've seen before.
I mean, maybe I'll just kind of back away from the generals and just kind of put myself in front of my sister if her back is still to the generals. And be like, maybe we were meant to find it. Maybe this is the time we need it, but... And I lower my voice so that, in my head, make it more intimate with my team, but not necessarily the generals, even though I'm sure they can hear. I don't know if it's a me problem, or if it's going to affect the Oracle of War too, or anyone else with divination magic, and I should have mentioned it earlier, I'm sorry, but the dreams, they're not right anymore. It's almost like if I can't reach them, like there's something blocking me from truly seeing them, like glass, or like I'm not seeing them straight, and I don't know if it's the future or what's happening now, or if it's the magic. I don't know, and I don't know if it'll affect the Oracle of War, but whatever information it gives us, if we decide to use it, let's be careful with it.
I'm still focused on Miatantin. I'm still looking directly at him.
He's just, his eyes are drifting back and forth as different people are talking, and he's taking in all the information, and he kind of eventually just draws a breath and says, how many of you have used any form of magic out here in the gray?
And the General General Etherin, the Ondarian High Elf, says, we've done what we can, and it has been difficult, and kind of nods.
Unreliable?
Absolutely.
Randomized in some cases?
Yes, although we've been able to make some headway, but yes, I would agree, randomized for sure.
That is the very nature of this place. And while I do agree on the surface that we don't really have much choice other than to use this thing this way, any information, any recommendation that it gives us should be treated as extremely suspect.
That same general immediately nods. That is exactly what I told them myself. It is a trust but verify multiplied by 1,000. I agree with you, and kind of nods respectfully to you, Tandon. Sorry, what is you?
So you remember the red market, right? That was within the gray as well.
That's where we found the oracle.
Mm-hmm. Or it found us.
Yes. And do you remember was it rugs?
I remember the rugs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I very much remember the rugs. But I also remember what it told us the first time in the gray. I think Ilarion is right. If we're going to use it, this is the place and the time for it. But if nothing else, to see if we can disperse the silver mist, which is probably actually affecting my sister as well. I don't want to use it, but I think it might be worth it.
So we have 2 uses by our best guess before it goes into its protocol again and announces its presence to everyone.
I'm not certain, based on what we know about the Lord of Blades, that matters anymore. Based on the numbers our generals, and I should just respect to them, have said are coming.
Surprisingly enough, my concern isn't necessarily the numbers, but the Oracle of Bones.
The 2 of them are connected. And I look at Rowan again. The 2 of them are connected. I repeat, looking at you. Yes?
This is true.
Then perhaps... I mean, it is a double-edged sword. If we're going to use it, this is about the most protected, most controlled situation we've got.
As best it can be. Like I said, I don't disagree on the surface, but we need to make certain, and Tangent looks directly at Halar and says, we use it.
Mm-hmm.
And Hilar nods and he says, I have already made that clear. We are the only ones here who understand the implications of it fully. With respect, generals, this is more important than any of us here in this tent. In fact, all of us put together. If you want to use this thing, we're going to be the ones who use it.
And we need the details. We need the very, very specific details, because that's what this thing needs.
As you say that, General Balthazar, Lord Balthazar picks up, sheafs of paper. These are apparently the written scouts reports that are methods and motives and all that, right? As much as they were able to gather. They have apparently been working on this for a while. There are a whole set of scribes that come with the army, basically to do this. And they bring it to you, and say, this is the information that we this is the information that we have. And the hope is that there will be something found within these plans.
And when we are done, shall we survive? We are going to destroy this thing.
So there's kind of a murmuring.
Shut up! And he just belts out, shut up!
So Jarna and a lot of the others are sort of
Do not understand the way we do what this thing will cause if it remains intact after this. None of you can look across the table and truly tell me that you trust that the person opposite you wouldn't try to get this thing at some point.
So Hilar is kind of And he sort of steps forward and he says, I believe that Tanton is rendering a accurate representation of what exists. Leave aside what happens to it later on. What we know is that this thing is intensely dangerous. And the generals all sort of settle down. You can see a few of them are very much not used to being told to shut up, but they all settle down.
Oh, they'll get plenty more. Don't worry.
Yeah. They all settle down, and Lord Balthazar, I think that we are in general agreement. The King's Citadel is going to have to decide how this proceeds. But we do ask that the actions that be taken here, this be used for the benefit of all 5 nations.
As I told my Baron, if we don't succeed here, none of us will have to worry about our reputations or our pocketbooks for the rest of all time.
And so, having sort of gotten a general consensus, Halar kind of looks around at everybody and kind of makes sure that everyone's sort of on board-ish, with the basics. One of you, and it's up to whoever wants to, could feed it in, can feed those reports, into the side slots of the Oracle. Depends on who wants to do that. It's up to you.
I figured Tanton would probably reach for them, and then he would pull Rowan over there because he knows how observant Rowan can be, and he might spot something that Tanton doesn't.
By the way, when Mia Tanton started shouting, Nisiana just sort of took a step back so that her back is literally pressed against Merime's leg. So it's just that she is in physical contact with her sister. Just a case of, I don't know, the shit hits the fan.
I placed my hand on her shoulder and wheat.
All right, Rowan, are you going to feed the stuff in?
I am going to try.
As you approach it, the Oracle says, please insert tactical information.
Here we go again.
Oh, God,
Which is a perfect place for us to put this on pause, because we're going to see what happens when this thing actually gets kicked into play.
Did say third protocol activated. I am going.
I was so tempted to do that just for funsies.
Fourth protocol activated.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's even worse than
Throw
the
it
third.
out of the 10th, 9th level meteor swarm, all aiming at.
It's the only way to be sure.
You try to disintegrate, and all of a sudden it's like, you're like, God damn it, stupid. This was super great, everybody, and really sets us up beautifully. Next week, I should say, for those of you who are wondering, next week is going to be a lot of mass battles going on, so look forward to that. But we really needed to set up the stakes for that, I think, tonight, which is what we did. We got great role play from everybody, and everyone really brought, I think, their own personal stakes. I really love how over the course of this campaign, so many good direct connections have been made with players, some of them based upon, with characters, sorry, some of them based upon people that were met during the campaign, some of them that were part of the original backstory to the campaign, some of them which were like sort of deep background backstory, right, that sort of got brought to the front, and which was great. And not to mention, of course, the usual great group interrelationship. So it's going to set us up nicely for the impact. This is McLean talking to Al about, why Al isn't walking a beat anymore before we get the action in Die Hard, right? It's the thing that makes everything else work. So it was really great, and I am super excited to see what happens next. So I will start with the person bottom right of the ziggurat here. John, good stuff from Alarian. I love the Mother Johanna connection that you've made. It's been a constant one since basically you met Mother Johanna, and there's been a real connection there. And I love the fact that you have this chalice, which incidentally I imagine is being based vaguely on the Unitarian Universalist chalice, if any of you have seen that symbol. It's a little bit like that. If not, I'll see if if I can find a link to it and show you. But basically that's what it reminds me a little bit of. And now you have that. And if you already had reasons to fight Alarion, but there are these other ones here too. So, John, how'd you feel tonight about the session? Where will the lovely folks see you next? Before, I guess, next Saturday when we continue this adventure.
Of course, it was awesome. There was a lot of great RP here on both sides. So that was I was distracted a little bit, so I didn't realize we had gone back to salvation. Like, oh well, I've got to stop to the church, which is it's a big through line for Alarion this entire campaign, from like the first level to now we're level 18, which is nuts. And the questions are, when you told me like, this is the closest place to where the battle's gonna happen, like, oh, that's fabulous. It's just absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
So I know what's coming, and I need to impress upon Mother Joanna what is going to happen here, regardless. It doesn't matter that it's 2 miles away or 10 miles away. It's going to be here. This is where the overflow is going to land. So that was a really, as usual, our conversations are pretty deep anyways. This one even more poignant than most because there's a ton going on here. And then, of course, the whole General's thing and the Oracle of War and Devil's bargain that we're making. Well, we're about to do that, but Alarion sticks to their guns. It has, if now, if ever there was a time to use it, now is the time. It was all great. Thank goodness we don't have to go for a month. We actually get to play again next week. I'm not sure I could stand waiting that long. So I will be back here in 7 days. The damn Packers and Bears have gone into overtime, which I do not like.
Jordan got out with a concussion, I saw.
But we have, I think, one of the best backups in the game. He's the one who kept us in there, and we would have won if our special teams fucked up. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Point being, in 7 days, I will be back, and we will mass battles. That's going to be very interesting. I've never really played that kind of scenarios. That's going to be really interesting to see. I cannot wait. Can't wait. So,
good stuff. Thanks, John. Always a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing you in a week. Also, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, etc. Until then.
To you and yours as well.
Moving right up to Jen. Really, you sort of set the tone, Jen, you and Brandon did, with the conversation between Rowan and Nisiana. Which is I really have appreciated the relationship that's built up between the two of you. There was kind of an admiration, I think, early on from Nisiana, a curiosity and an admiration about what Rowan could do. I think there was sort of an equal curiosity from Rowan about who is this person that actually believes this stuff, and actually goes along with it, in terms of what the group can do. And a lot of that, I think, was reflected here. Also, of course, some good stuff in the tent with the generals. And concentrating on the group. It's been really great to see the Citadel brought together as a group that really coheres together despite individual differences and, interests and all that. And Nisiana is really reflective of that. And, of course, has to think a little bit about, the house and the pressure that she's under as sort of arguably the most important or most significant member of House Jarasco now, too. So there's a lot going on here in terms of varying interests and things like that. So it was good stuff all the way around. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks see you before next Saturday?
Well, until you mentioned it, I did not actually realize that Nisiana has become, the most prominent member of House Jarasco. And I'm just like, she's just a little halfling, just trying to make her way in the world that scares the shit out of her. I very much enjoyed the conversation with Rowan, because he basically filled a need that definitely we had. We are bright, shiny people, and he is the shadow we definitely needed. But he asked her the wrong question today, and she told him the truth. So I'm not sure what's going to happen from that, but this will be fun to watch. The other thing, when she turned her back to the generals, she absolutely trusted every single person in her group to watch her back, because, well, one, they can see over her head. Two, she didn't necessarily want them to hear everything she said. And she wanted to be able to look at people. And so when Mary May stepped behind her to kind of be like, nope, I'm going to guard her back. That was exactly what I and she expected. I'm kind of excited, but kind of like, oh God, this is going to be one of those games next week. Like I'm gonna run out of healing spells. Shit. This is gonna be
Oh,
a
what could go
thing.
wrong in a mass battle? What do you mean?
Literally everything can go wrong. So I'm very much looking forward to this. And also like, going forward, where I'm gonna be here next week. You can find me on Blue Sky, Jennifer Brozek. You can find my cats and me, Jennifer _Brozek. And hopefully by that time I will have decided if Spike has been replaced.
Oh yes,
with something
the return of
much more-
Spike.
much more interesting. I will, if I do, I will have specifically pictures for this group, and I will link them directly to the chat before I link them to anybody else. Just because I love you guys, and I really enjoy this game. I love being level 18, but oh man, the stakes have gotten really, really, really high.
Oh yeah.
A little
Big
bit.
swings. Big swings.
I am enjoying it. So please, grab the latest Valdemar anthology. Marie and I have a story in it together. Or No True Way, which I have actually read my story, which was called Discordance, about bards fighting each other with magic and music. It's fun. And yeah, that's, I think, about it. I should be a lot more relaxed. Well, I'll only have been on vacation for a couple of days, but I should be a lot more relaxed by the next game.
Just in time to be worried about the battles. So it'll be great. Thank you, Jen. Stay safe out there with everything, and best wishes to the
I'll let
return
you
of
know
Spike.
if yeah.
But thanks, Jen. Good stuff tonight. Brennan, again, very good stuff from Rowan. Have really appreciated Rowan's arc here. Because it's much more subtle than just, Rowan has decided to throw in with friends now. Like, it's much more subtle than that. I think there is a sort of fascination and interest followed by a little bit of a sense of responsibility that perhaps Rowan has finally, has felt to others that, have really sort of infused him. Very, very Han Solo, or actually, no. Han Solo and Lando Calrissian, right? Like making mistakes that he wants to make up for now, right? In some ways, maybe in the past or something. But there's some sense of like sort of duty that I think is covered in these two, who was sort of, quote, the most innocent in the old days, so to speak, with Nisiana, and someone who, was sort of a scoundrel, at one point with Rowan. And I really have been interested to see that. And I'm very curious to sort of see what happens when we start getting some of the level 18 things like spell bombardments and stuff like that too. And the wild magic surges therein. It'll be great. How'd you feel about today's session, Brandon, and where will the lovely folks find you before next week?
What just occurred to me as you said that is I am very curious what one of my next spells is going to look like with both spell bombardment and empowered spell, but that's going to be wild. So yeah, I have also been very much enjoying Rowan's arc. I've been enjoying the fact that this arc is constantly being played out against Nisiana, because as archetypes we are so vastly different. But we've gotten to the point now after having several of these conversations where I'm like, no one else is gonna ask Rowan these questions. And if no one asked these questions, Rowan would be a vastly different character by now. So I'm also very grateful for that. The Han Solo comparison I also get, but it's the thing that came to mind, even though it's vastly different. My character is nothing like this character, but I thought of Elliot Spencer from Leverage.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
How later in that series he admits that if it weren't for meeting Nate Ford, he would still be a vastly self-destructive person. And I'm like, yeah, Nisiana is asking Rowan questions that makes him question, well, not just why he does the things that he does the way that he does, but can you still do those things for what are still noble ends? am I becoming a better person or just being a more useful, dangerous person? And it's curious because Rowan still doesn't know the answer, so I'm very curious to see where
Yeah.
that goes at some point.
Oh, you're getting so much better because you are questioning yourself. This is a good thing.
Hmm. So yes, I'm also very much looking forward to how the hell I'm gonna answer. And the funny thing is, I knew that it was gonna be something like I knew that the most interesting narrative beat for Rowan asking that question is, Lysiana is going to ask me to do something that is beyond one person's mortal control. And I was like, well, guess I need to figure out how to do that then. And I know the direction where that is going, and I can't wait for this
Okay, now I'm afraid.
series to end as a result. So yeah, also the Oracle is here. I do not like this. So that's also going to be entertaining that you'll put Rowan in charge of pressing the button. Considering the very first time Rowan saw this in a room, he tried to shoot it. So also coming full circle there as well, I guess, is how that works. So yeah, I have no idea. We're going to be fighting in the gray, you guys. It's going to be wild. So yes. Hi everyone, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. The next time you will see me will also be here. With some bah humbug in between tonight and next week. I very much look forward to that game. I will mention ahead of time that although this is not confirmed yet, sometime after our next game will be my first stream back on my channel. As is tradition, what is now tentatively scheduled to be January 3rd, which is also my Twitch stream anniversary, which doesn't mean anything because I haven't streamed in all of 2025, but still, I will be doing my annual Kohaku Utagasen recap stream with my good friend Iori Kusano. Suffice it to say that we already have a lot of thoughts about how very few boy bands will be performing this year. So if you want to hear me talk about J-pop, that's going to be happening in January. But yeah, and that channel is twitch.tv/The Rising Tides. I'm on almost every social media platform at The Rising Tides, and I also have a website that is also my newsletter at brandonobrien.xyz, and that's where you can find me doing all of the things. But yeah, that's me, I think. Happy holidays, something, bah humbug.
Thank you, Brandon, and yeah, be on the lookout because more Gray Shade details coming quite soon as we get there. So designed by one Brandon O'Brien. Thanks, Brandon. Good stuff. Marie, wonderful stuff today from Maramé. First of all, the whole sequence, the discussion in the bar. I really loved the image too, as you were like sort of getting warmed up and getting into it. Maramé's just this big, and we will fight them on the beaches, and if you just believe, and I just immediately had this image that the bar was going to gradually fall silent and just be listening to like this rousing speech, and then everyone being like, it's great. That was really great. And I'm glad that you were able to sort of go with things because again, Hilar is part of the backstory before this campaign even started. And so the fact that Hilar has become this significant, major part of what the King's Citadel is interesting. And it seemed right then that there would be a connection partially based on your question of the dreams that, as you say, brought them in the first place, part of their relationship, and sort of listening to things, including backstory you might not have received before, that you were able to respond to in a different way. And so that was great stuff. And your very legitimate uncertainty about the wisdom of using the Oracle was definitely important here too. But we will see, obviously, what happens with that one way or the other. Regardless, it was significant that I think that you were the one there listening to Hilar as this was going on. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I love today's session. What I love the best, I think, about this entire campaign, and I love a lot of things, is like we can go from like these really tactical, crazy action sequences into like this really in-depth, beautiful RP that doesn't like nobody over reveals until the time is right. Everybody stays in character. There's just like there's an actual growth between character like how everyone works together and how everyone talks to each other, and the fears are real and respected. And I don't know, I really like it that, you know, all the characters feel so real and three-dimensional, and how everybody here portrays them. I loved it, and I loved what you did with Halar today. I liked getting the backstory. I liked having a chance to talk to him and trying to get him to take coffee.
Coffee schnapps. I have no
It's
idea, by the
like,
way, if that's
that
even a
doesn't
thing.
help.
I don't
It
even know if
is.
that's a thing. I just am going to believe that there's
Have
coffee
some in
flavored,
the hallway. Yeah.
coffee flavored alcohol somewhere. I'm
In
guessing. I don't know.
Eberron, it exists, Greg. It
Yeah,
exists
exactly.
there.
Exactly. It probably involves like imprisoned elementals and some horrible, like, imprisoned
Yeah,
coffee elementals.
Yeah, I loved it. I don't know. It was it felt raw today. In a lot of places in a good way, because we just come from a massive victory, but also we're heading into, like, we came, it was hard the last battle and we won, but suddenly it's like we're heading into something much bigger, and there was that sense of it, and I loved it. So thank you all. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Greg. As always, you are a wonderful DM, and you bring the every NPC to life in a way that just takes my breath away. So thank you. And I will be here next week, and I can't wait. Like, I know there's a lot of things between here and then, but like I told Halar, there's everything that's brought us to this moment, and then whatever path will bring us to the future we can't see. But right now I'm just focusing on next Saturday because I'm excited to see you all again.
That's awesome. Anything you want to mention to people about where to find stuff of yours at all before next week, or just
I mean, I assume
like
you're
the
all busy
Valdemar?
doing shit.
Yeah. That's true.
But there's a Valdemar story, yes. I have in the new Smoke and Mirror anthology, I have a story with Jen, and it's a very fun story. It takes our characters from the last anthology feuds and it brings them forward, and we're having such a blast with this. I mean, so Jen and I are having a blast with that. And I've also got, I have books. Come find me online, come hang out. I have a newsletter on my website as well, which is just myname.com. If you want more Marie, check out my blog, check out my newsletter, and just come hang out. I am excited to see you all, as always. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Marie. Good stuff as always. And last but certainly not least, Tren, again, as per usual, great stuff there too. I was, I when there are things that come up that are obviously an important part of the backstory, I really spend a lot of time thinking about when the right moment is to kind of bring that in the right way. And it felt to me like this was such a moment. You had mentioned to me quite a while ago, that when the whole thing was going on with the whole healing magic thing, that he would have been thinking about Finta and like what might have happened to her and those implications. And I was like, this feels like the right time, because there's been so much disruption and like lack of communication from everybody, and like everyone was separated from everybody and all that, that in a way it seemed to make sense that this would be someone who would reach out at that moment. And I was not sure what was going to happen. I was prepared for Tanton to be like, just sort of to kind of turn down the request almost, and to be like, yeah, I don't, that's a part of my past I can't handle anymore. I was prepared for that to be the reaction. And if that was, we would have gone with it. But I am glad that for different reasons, everyone has, as I say, stakes going into this fight, either with each other or with the sort of world more generally, or with NPCs or with characters like that. And that was a very personal one for Tanton, which was not driven. I mean, Wispy Song said it in chat, like, I've never seen Tanton that emotional. It's true. Even when sort of broken about what happened on the carousel with Seer and all that in the morning, even that was trauma and shock, right? Not just grief, sense of loss for what was, guilt, all that stuff. So that was very powerful, and I was really curious about how you were going to react to it, and it seemed like you reacted well, and it meant that everyone comes in on a kind of emotional, even level of things that they're fighting for and about and why, So anyway, it's good stuff all the way around, and of course, as always, legitimate stuff in terms of being like, shut up, get out of here, jerks, generals. That was funny too. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Loved it. I was fully prepared to never have the Finta stuff come up, for it to just kind of stay off by the wayside, and for us to just have higher priorities as far as our RP. Fully prepared for that, and that would have been fine if it went that way. When it wasn't until you said alchemy that I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait a minute, are we doing this now? Holy shit! Because because I was like, who does he know who's in it? Because I thought you were going to say it was going to be Talk or something, because that's one of the things, the other things that during these like weeks leading up
Clock,
to this thing,
you mean?
Whichever was the automaton that
Clock.
No,
Yeah,
not-
Clock.
not
Yeah, that's right. And I thought about
Yeah,
that too, but anyway.
Clock, yeah.
Yeah.
That, Tantan would have mentioned, make sure wherever he is, find him and get him, involved in all this planning, and because he probably knows a bit about, Warforged and whatnot, and may be able to provide you with some useful insights. It's something that he would have, said on the way over there. I do real quick want to, since Brandon mentioned it, the episode of Leverage with Elliot. I love that episode, one of the episodes where it comes up, which the one that I'm thinking of is called The French Connection Job. And this is the line from the thing. And they're talking about Toby, the chef that they are helping in this episode. And Elliot says, he showed me that I could use my knife to create instead of destroy. I stuck around for a couple of months. He taught me everything there was to know about the art of food. And he's one of the guys that kept me from falling all the way down. So now I'm asking the other guy to understand why I'm going to help him. And I was just like, oh my God. Christian Kane is hot as fuck. Anyway, so, I was already, anyway, blah, blah, blah. So focus on the game track. Where will people see me here? Just like normal, right back here. I should be finished with the editing of the preliminary editing of the last of Heretic and sending that off to...
Yep. I have 2 more chapters to listen to, and I'm going to send you my comments on those. So almost there.
I think there was something else. I'm sure there was something else. There's probably plenty else. I'll for more of the backstory about Finta, I'll save that until either it comes up in RP where Tantan tells the rest of the crew what's going on with that, or when we're doing like our post-mortem, I'll fill in that story. So
yeah, that'll be great. Very good stuff from everybody, and good stakes raising from everybody. Good medium rare stakes as they were, as it were said. But thank you, everybody. Good work. And again, happy holidays to all. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing and awesome Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, John Helfers, who you will see right back here 1 week from today as they move into the mass battle sequence of Scales of War, closing in at the end of our final season of Eberron Oracle of War. Thanks, everyone. Great job, crew. I will see you folks soon.
Blessed Yule.
Bye for now.
Everybody.
All righty. Good stuff, everyone. Again, really, really enjoyed this campaign so much, and it's been a real pleasure. As I've said, it's the kind of thing that you can only really do when some of this, like obviously I'm blessed to have great RP from a lot of my campaigns, and all of them have something different that they offer. But I think this is one of those situations where having a long campaign like this, literally level 1 to level 18 to this point, is what gives you the opportunity to bring some stuff back, and it rewards kind of, what is this, day 83? So it rewards that kind of play, that sort of careful play over the course of time, as these things gradually get brought up, and I really have appreciated so much. And Eberron is my favorite sort of non-standard D&D setting quite a bit, so it's been great to be able to play with this crew and to be able to get this stuff. It's been really lovely. So, and it's been great to be, as always, with all of you. I will be back to you folks next on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I will be here with the finale of Beowulf Age of Heroes. That'll be Tari Tunes playing with me, probably the finale, unless something goes way off the rails. But the finale of Beowulf Age of Heroes, after which we're going to be doing a different campaign that will be a group campaign again with Tari. I am very excited about that. That will be launching in the new year. I also have mentioned this, but just as a reminder, we will have multiple things changing. This campaign will be coming to an end, but this crew, as already announced, is going to be playing Shadow of the Dragon Queen. That is a Dragonlance campaign that will be doing that after this campaign concludes. The By the Dice Roll crew, which is currently playing the final portions of Ghosts of Saltmarsh, when that is finished, they will be playing, by their request, Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e campaign based on this. That will be starting in the new year. And of course, we will have 2 continuing campaigns, Community D&D, which is Dungeon of the Mad Mage with the Shadow Crew. That will continue. And we also, that's going to be level 1 to level 10, Wispy. And then we will also be having the brand new Community D&D, which is Prince Justin's Court, which will be playing the 13th Icon with just an awesome cast. I'm very excited about that. That will include Darcy Littlebadger and Mer Lafferty and our very own Triffity Matz and Kathleen DeVere from Loading Ready Run, and that will feature Prince Justin as DM. Very excited for that. It's going to be really great. That is also going to be launching in the new year. So we've got a lot of new campaigns coming up in the new year, a lot of new beginnings. And also continuations of things that continue to be well. But we are not done with this month yet. Not only do we have that thing coming up that I mentioned next week, we have also got our Christmas show, my annual Christmas show, coming up with my family where we stream something. I'm thinking we may do Mario Party. We'll see. But something that we're going to be playing with everyone else. And then I will be back probably that evening, Christmas evening. I will be back here on my usual Thursday night stream, probably playing Sword of the Sea. My goal is to do that and then to do Dispatch, the rest of Dispatch. Not on the same day, but Sword of the Sea, finish that, then Dispatch, finish that. And then when those are done, I'm going to be moving on to Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. So very excited about that. So anyway, that's going to be happening, holiday show. And then I still have my Game of the Year show, which is where I rank all the games I played this year leading up to the much coveted top game award from ARV this year in the year 2025. So that's going to be happening too. So a lot of good stuff still to come. If you liked what you saw and heard, and don't forget also on Tuesday, Breath of Fire 4, more of that coming up on episode 501 as we start our second 500 episodes of Pen and Pixels coming up then. If you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. I should mention too that we are going to do a raid today because it is not incredibly late, relatively speaking. That is the Arvanauts have Landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have Landed, Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, etc. If you like D&D, you do not want to leave before we've done this raid because I think you will appreciate the place that we're going to be raiding. But as I said, if you like what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Again, thank you for all those who watched me over on YouTube today. Please subscribe over there. It's free for you to do that, but really helps us out. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky is !ArvSky, which is super awesome. That is the microblogging site that I spend a lot of my time in the microblogging sphere on. Follower numbers continue to go up there, so please follow me over there as well. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's my merchandise area where you can get stuff relating to, I'm wearing a sweater because winter, but that's my Infinity and Beyond. I think you can just see that. There we go, Infinity and Beyond shirt that I'm wearing today, but I also have the best bad idea we've ever had from the crew and all that. So please, from the King Citadel. So please consider supporting us there. If you haven't already done so, please consider as well supporting us by supporting that Patreon. We're trying to get that up to triple digits. You get cool stuff for you and cool stuff for the channel. So please consider supporting us on the Patreon as well. And if you haven't already done so, please consider subscribing to the channel. Again, there is a special deal going on right now, a custom deal where you can get a custom sub pack and get 35% off that sub pack. So please consider doing that as we continue further on with the holidays. What a wonderful last minute holiday gift to the online person in your life to be able to grab them a channel so you can get their a support to this channel so you can get them their custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. That is always appreciated if you can do that too. On the publishing front, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is officially sold out. It is out of print from the publisher. You may still be able to find it at a couple of local game stores or bookstores. I think there's like 3 copies left on Amazon, but otherwise, even I only have 1 copy left, and that is my own personal copy. Otherwise, we are completely sold out, and so I hope you will consider supporting it by getting the PDF versions from there, from DriveThruRPG. That, of course, is never sold out. It is an Electrum seller over there, and actually, it might be a silver seller by now, but anyway. And I'm also very excited about the fact that there may, therefore, be a second printing of that book coming in the near future, maybe even a sequel, he said. So we'll see. But again, coming to you from Alligator Alley. So please do that. And please, with exclamation point library, exclamation point Grey Shade, that's my Grey Shade IP, Grey Shade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy available at that link. You can also get the audiobooks of Grey Shade and Renegade, the first 2 books in that series. Those audiobooks are now available from our very own Trent Sparks. You can get those there. Heretic is on the way, as you heard Trent say. That will be out early next year. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Grey Shade from our very own Brandon O'Brien, coming out from Alligator Alley, which will be released before March next year, which is when PAX PAX East is. And so you can pre-order that tabletop game now. It is going to be awesome. You will not want to miss it. Otherwise, you just bought Renegade on Audible? Thanks, Drew. I appreciate that, man. He did such a thank you, Drew, for doing that. He did such a great job. It's like Trent has been so good. I'm just so happy he was able to do the full trilogy of audiobooks. It just is really nice that we didn't have to like change voice actors and do all this stuff. He did a great job. So I'm lucky, very lucky that he was able to do it. That's awesome. Tell me, I hope you enjoy it. Tell me how it goes. So yes, and as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. An exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Drew the Damager, of course the Rising Tides, the best mods in the business. Thank you all. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Drew, Rising Tides, Nonstop, Wispy Song, and Trending. Thank you so much. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Airmaster, to Big Boss. What's up, Big Boss? Thank you to Jagtress. Thank you again to Light and Passion. Thank you for that, sending us the stuff about the new stuff that was inspired by this campaign, Light and Passion. Really appreciate that. It was awesome. That's inspiring to us. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Rick. And thank you to Super Paul Games. Thank you to everybody tonight for an awesome stream. It was really a lot of fun. Stick around for the raid. I will see you folks back here on Tuesday for the conclusion of Beowulf Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes, and then more Breath of Fire 4 as we move to episode 501 over on GOG's Twitch channel with episode 501 of Pen and Pixels. But that's it for now. Much love, everybody. Everyone, as I always say, please be good to each other, and I will see you folks on Tuesday. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and have a good night. Stick around for the raid.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis, whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe, no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer, whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer, whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.